Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
All right, just a few housekeeping rules. We kindly ask that you please switch off your phones or put them on silent. And we also ask that you please take time to network, visit the stands during our networking breaks. And also, we are live streaming the event today on our YouTube channel, on South Essential IT's YouTube channel, and our Facebook page. Welcome to the viewers online.
Thank you, Grace. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few housekeeping rules, I would like to welcome to the stage the Executive Director in the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, Mrs. Linda Ipinye-Nakale.
Directors of proceedings, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm allowed to acknowledge the Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, Honorable Vincent Kabaka, and all members of Parliament present here. Allow me also to acknowledge Sonia, the Managing Director of South Essential IT, representative from Crime, NTRST, NIPDB, the valued sponsors and partners from Microsoft, Dell, Fortinet, Maxtech, Huawei, Complete Enterprise Solutions, and Super. I hope I did not leave out anything, but that's a list that was given to me. So if I leave out anything, please I do apologize. Members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Good morning. Oh yes. It's an honor and a privilege for me to stand here to welcome you to the TechHuddle 2026, a platform that brings together the minds and institutions shaping the media's digital future. We gather here today under our powerful theme, as it was earlier mentioned, from trust to touch, shaping a human-centric. This theme reflects a fundamental shift. For many years, the focus has been on building secure systems, reliable infrastructure, and trusted platforms. And rightly so. But today, the conversation is evolving. The question is no longer whether technology works, but does it work for the people? As government, our mandate remains clear: to enable digital inclusion, strengthen connectivity, and ensure that technology drives national development. We've done so through deliberate efforts, such as the development and implementation of our national digital strategy, a 3-year national framework for digital transformation that serves as a comprehensive blueprint for Namibia to adopt digital technologies for economic growth, social inclusion, and overall societal advancement. These, among other national commitments, show our commitment as a collective to see our country advance digitally and to be on par with other economies around the world. However, I'll fail in my duty if I do not remind us the need for collaboration between public and private sector, involving the local communities, which communities are rich in indigenous and modern skills. We can no longer work in silos. Thus, partnerships are very important if we want to see real progress in ICT development, rollout, and adoption. Esteemed stakeholders, we must also recognize that technology alone is not guaranteeing transformation. Transformation only happens when systems are trusted, services are accessible, and people experience real, tangible value. This is what the journey from trust to touch truly represents. It's the move from systems that exist to solutions that are felt, experienced, and used. It's about simplicity over complexity, inclusion over exclusivity, and impact over intention. And maybe a sense of an important moment, we have the opportunity to design digital systems that are inclusive by default, secure by design, and relevant to our people. But this will require deliberate action. While we are at it, we must ensure that cybersecurity is not an afterthought, that data is handled responsibly, and that digital skills are developed across all levels of society. Because without trust, there is no adoption. And without adoption, there is no transformation. What makes the TechHuddle valuable is the coming together of the right ecosystem. Here we have the policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, and decision makers. This is where real transformation begins, through collaboration. Today's program reflects this shift. We will explore artificial intelligence, next generation systems, cybersecurity, and workforce transformation. But more importantly, we will explore how this can be applied practically, responsibly, and inclusively. Therefore, as we begin, I would like to leave you with three considerations. Firstly, let us continue building technology that people can trust through accountability, transparency, and security. Secondly, let us ensure that the solutions we design are human-centered, accessible, intuitive, and impactful. And thirdly, lastly also, let us work together because the digital future we are building cannot be owned by one sector alone. It must be co-created. In closing, I would like to commend South Centric IT for creating a platform that bridges innovation with real-world application. Initiatives like this are essential in ensuring that technology moves beyond conversations into touch. Ladies and gentlemen, the future we're shaping is not only digital, it is human. Let us ensure that it's inclusive, trusted, and impactful. With that, I thank you so much, and please feel welcome at this platform.
Thank you, Mrs. Lina. Please give another round of applause. Thank you for those inspiring remarks, reminding us of the critical role technology plays in shaping Namibia's future. So right now, to energize the mood, because I see there's a little bit down, I don't know why, we have a team called Equip Dev Academy. Please give them a round of applause as they come.
that is Equipped Dance Academy. A round of applause to them again. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen here, we've got the QR code up. You can scan that with your smart device for the agenda of today. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking my hips will never be able to do that. We've got a saying within Salt Essential IT, if you want technology to advance and to move forward, put Vanessa Maresh and Johan van Rooyen in a room. They will be debating the pros, the cons, the advantages and disadvantages of any technology, any time of day. Ladies and gentlemen, from service to sentience, how 2 decades of IT are rewriting trust, power, and the human future. Please welcome to the stage Johan van Rooyen, Technology Security Specialist, and Vanessa Maresh, Marketing and Empowerment Specialist of Salt Essential IT.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We stand on protocols observed, and we thank you for your time here this morning. So Christopher was quite right in saying, and I think that's why we chose this slot for us, because Johan and I can get into endless debates at the office and away from the office in WhatsApp debates as well, because we have widely diverse perspectives on technology. So we will try to keep it brief, because we know that we have a lot lined up for you today, but let's entertain you a little bit with the Vanessa and Johan debate on the last 2 decades, well, actually the decade prior from 2010, and we are going to talk about what's going to happen what's happening now and what we expect to be happening in 2030. Over to you, Johan.
Good morning. How are you? Good. All right, so we can start with the 2010 to 2020, and depending if you were in sales or in technology, in the technical field, virtualization in around about 2010 became mainstream, where we moved away from physical pizza servers into virtualization, where virtualization became not just mainstream, but the way how we could copy data, transfer data, and build our disaster recovery systems changed massively pre-2000 as it was pre-2010. And that again creates something else that takes us into the next step, which Vanessa is so passionate about, is where we take control out of the IT people's hand and give it to the Californians in America.
Which is the cloud. So I am a very passionate cloud user, and Johan is quite right in saying that yes, where technology, where a company was registered that owns that technology, they are bound by that country's laws. It's not just the Americans, by the way, it's all countries in the world. They do have access to a certain extent, and I think this is where the trust conversation needs to start. Because not just trusting, but actually knowing what your cloud provider is doing with your data. And I love to ask this in my cybersecurity awareness sessions, and I always say, hey, uses Gmail, and then all the hands go up, and then who read the terms and conditions? Not so much. Now for us personally, and we'll get to that a little bit later, not reading those terms and conditions, not understanding what access we are giving to who to our information, it can be very invasive. But for companies, it really becomes critical that you do understand what you are giving to these tech giants. And it's a two-edged sword, and Johan will disagree with me here. But even if you've got on-premises infrastructure, you, to a certain extent, you are giving your data or access to your data to someone else or outside of the organization. So just interesting on cloud, it was in between 2010 and 2020 that the cloud or the technology giants really launched their cloud services. We saw Amazon, AWS launching, we saw Microsoft, we saw Google, and fun fact, Source Essential IT actually set up and deployed the first hosted exchange in Africa in 2008 for NTC. So we were actually before the tech giants. Maybe that makes us to a certain extent a tech giant. But yes, cloud adoption, I believe firmly we should embrace because the benefits far from outweigh the risks. And I'm not saying we should put everything in the cloud, but know what the providers have access to, make sure that you are comfortable with what you are putting in the cloud. And obviously, we don't want to put everything there, but if it were not for cloud, we would not have collaboration, we would not have real-time authoring, we wouldn't have all of those benefits that are making our lives so much easier.
So you know cloud is just a computer somewhere standing somewhere else.
I do, and then I always ask people, they say that especially the clouders people, they don't use cloud, and then I'm again, do you have a Gmail?
So before we start with that conversation, let's move on to SaaS. So the year from 2015 to 17, I would say SaaS explosion, SaaS adoption, Kubernetes was started becoming mainstream. So if you knew virtualization, Kubernetes was a technology that was based on no operating system with small virtual pockets, basically running certain software that made that makes sense in the form of resource constraints or easy deployment of certain software. So software as a service actually was the next step in cloud around about 2015, 2016, where that started taking off quite drastically, which was part of the cloud, is part of the cloud, but also in your virtualization on-prem systems as well. And that changed the way how software was deployed, how quickly it could be deployed, how it was backed up, and how it could have been transferred much quicker from different data center locations.
And then we saw some serious mobile growth. Giving away my age, who remembers the Nokia brick? The Nokia brick, probably still one of the most resilient phones that you got. Not hearing so much about Nokia anymore, but in general I think that we are all lost without these things, and it comes with its pros and its cons. I always tell people today that this came home with you. Your home-life balance went out the window, because it's always with you, it's always on, it's ping, pong, ping, prompt, whatever it is, but it engages us. And I'm very happy to see that not everybody is stuck to their phone now, so maybe you and Johanna are doing an okay job, but usually when you look in a room or you look in a restaurant, this is what people are doing. And sadly, this is what they are shoving, like Melinda always mentions also when we had our cybersecurity conferences as a warning to parents, we are shoving these things in the hands of our children. So yes, the benefits are there. The disadvantages are there because we have to be always on. Okay? And always on has got a detrimental effect on our mental health and on our physical health. But there are ways, and that's where you can have a QR code at the end, you can scan it in if you want to know more information, but that's why SALT really focuses on the human side of it. How do we actually control these things so that they don't take over our lives, but we feel the benefits? But it's enabled, especially I think when we're talking about COVID times and after that, it's enabled work from home. Remote working means that now I don't have to stand, I have to go to the pharmacy, or I have to go to the vet, or I have to take my mom to the doctor. I'm losing work time, but this means I can be working when I'm there. So it doesn't mean that we want you to work Saturdays and Sundays or after hours. There are ways that you can control this. But yes, the mobile, I think the mobile world took by storm. That's why Microsoft gives us, when they give us those licenses, they give us access to load it onto 5 mobile devices. That's again a bit of American craziness, I think. But yes, mobile definitely took the world by storm in that decade.
Yeah, but wasn't it for a good reason? Is that not why you're so good at Tetris now? Because you could play it on your phone.
Okay, interestingly enough, gamifying learning is very effective. So that's why if we can gamify our children's experiences instead of just shoving them in Roblox and Fortnite, and rather looking at something like Minecraft, then we are actually promoting education. But yes, I think it is a problem. We'll get to it later when we talk about metaverse, automation and AI, about that problem of doom scrolling and that problem of being on the device all the time. All right.
So, again, Vanessa's favorite topic. I'll just do a quick one on that. So cloud in 2020, where 2010, 15 was the adoption of it and changes to it, and there was multiple changes going through different vendors and how they did the cloud. We are now in 2020 to 2026 using cloud by default. If you buy a phone, you are part of the cloud. If you use Gemini, if you use any form of AI, it's on the cloud, connected somewhere, and that's how you get most of your information. It's always a good thing. I'm still an on-prem guy. I believe that things should stay where it should be, behind closed doors, because it's your data. But Vanessa, you will have a different perspective on this, isn't it?
Are the doors really closed? There's not a back door.
If you have a good IT administrator, I believe it is closed, yeah.
All right, again, we will agree to disagree on that one, but yes, by 2020, 94% of enterprises were using cloud in some form. So again, it comes down for me not about, it's like, we can say yes, cars make accidents. Yes, they make accidents, but it's not the car. It's the person driving the car, or the manufacturer that has a default or a fault on the car. You cannot blame the car and say now everybody has to stop driving cars, because there are some issues, some challenges with some users, or some systems, or some vendors. So for me, throwing out the baby with the bathwater here is counterproductive again, because there are so many benefits of using cloud technology. But I can understand where Johan is coming from with his concerns, and it's good to know about them. You only know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. So the message here, I think, is get in the know and understand what you are putting in the cloud before you do that. And for those, since most of us are already in the cloud, there's no harm in using the AI to go and read those terms and conditions and understand what is being done with our data in the cloud.
So, AI integration, as they call it AI, or I call it I. With AI comes its problems, with AI comes its advantages, but let's be honest, in 2020, AI was the thing we knew about it, some of us dabbled in it, and if you look now in 2026, you're almost not without it anymore on a daily basis. So, writing of documents, searching of information, the days of just using Google search has passed very, very quickly in the last year. So AI has become mainstream and is now in the form of, how can I say, in the palm of your hands on your phone. Who uses Gemini on a daily basis?
Don't be shy. We're on camera, not you.
And if Gemini can't give the information exactly how you want it, what do you do next with that information? Yes, you jump to ChatGPT, or to the other one, and the other one, or to Claude. And if your tokens are up on one of them, you do the same. So the thing is, the burst of AI is here. The regulation of AI, hopefully is going to get better, but it's here. And the changes coming on AI is, firstly, that it's ever happening. The next generation of AI will be, I would say, we will see the next generation of AI or AGI within the next year. It's not going to be somewhere in the distant future. Vanessa, remote work, something that me and Elon Musk feel the same, go to work.
You know, they say
Don't
it's a
say it's at
narcissist.
home.
They say it's a narcissist.
Well, there's very effective narcissists with very good business.
We will agree to disagree. But just quickly before we move to remote work, just on the AI, just interestingly enough, AI has been around since the 1950s. It's just now that we have, since the 2018s, we have enough data, enough GPUs to actually run the technology successfully. I'm a very big AI fan. And the reason why we have Microsoft and Claude in the room is because, very importantly, Johan was touching on Gemini, and believe me, I'm a very big Google fan when it comes to marketing. I love it because you give them all your data as well as Meta. Facebook has got everything, scanning your Meta, scanning your WhatsApps, and we can use that to position Salt's products and services to you. So from a marketing point of view, I love them, but when it comes to enterprise security, compliance, privacy, risk, then we like to limit ourselves to the systems that have been built with ethics by design, which is Claude, which is Copilot. So,
So do you think Claude and Copilot doesn't give out data?
well, that depends again. If you went into your settings and you switch the button off to train the model.
And did you have a look at how the large language models work on both of those technologies? What are they based on?
I did data.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, not
So
well,
they're
okay.
based on the
Let me
open
clarify. You are 100% correct, John. So ChatGPT, OpenAI, started off as an open model, and it was basically a copy-paste for the likes of Gemini and Claude. Microsoft was a little bit different there. They at least went to OpenAI and signed an agreement with them to bring ChatGPT technology into the Microsoft world, but subject to enterprise security, privacy, and compliance. So we can agree to disagree on this point as well. But if you are having, I always say, you can have, when it comes to AI, you are allowed to have 2 husbands or 2 wives, or a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and I prefer mine to be Claude and Copilot.
Good. So
By the
Vanessa,
way, my Copilot is a female voice, and my Claude is a male voice.
I actually made mine all women because it's the only time I get the word, oh, I'm sorry. It's the only time I hear that sentence from a woman's voice.
But over to remote work, thanks, Johan. I think I've covered it in the previous one. I think it's just been accelerated. Hybrid work, flexible work, remote work. Again, coming with the potential of having impact on mental and physical health that we need to be aware of. And a large part of this is teaching our people how to use technology. That notifications button can be put off after hours. And also how to teach. And I try to avoid this. My team can confirm if I'm managing. Sometimes I don't. If you have to work over a weekend, please delay delivery. Don't let them be getting emails over a weekend. I just obsess people and gives them stress. Same goes for WhatsApp. But all right, I think we can move over to the last one.
Rather move on before we have a discussion on work from home and so on. Yeah. So, quantum computing, I don't know who had a look into how it works and how that's going to affect us going forward. So, quantum computing in the general sense is digital. How we know digital computing has only 2 states. And we know what those 2 states are. It's on or off, 1 or 0, light on, light off. There's no dimming or brightness. It's in basic terms we have bits, and then it's on or it's off. Quantum computing can have both states at once. So on and off can be one state in a single point in time, or it can be in between both states also at the same time, which makes it a qubit. We have 4 different states in a single point in nanosecond times, I can explain it like that. Which changes the game. So if we go back into processing, the normal digital Intel RISC processing was 1s and 0s. We could do only so much with that. Then we started creating cores in the CPU to have what we call today multitasking.
Which is a lie.
Which is a lie. There was multitasking was never, there wasn't something like multitasking ever. It was more time slicing or having dual or quad or 30 cores with each one doing a singular job at a certain point in time. Where quantum computing is different. It can do in its basic form, and that's basically what science tells us, is it can do 4 things at once. Now, the parallel processing point of quantum computing in a basic form, to explain it, if you take a maze and you have 100 paths, but only one takes you out to freedom. If you remember these old maze games, yeah. So with a digital computer or digital processing, it starts at the starting point, runs until it makes the failure, and then restarts the process again, and runs to a different maze. How can I say, one of the paths again. So that. But if you do it fast enough, it looks like you are doing multitasking, right? So because it's fast enough. Quantum computing starts at the point and sends a process in all directions, in all different paths, and then tells the one that came out by doing entanglement, how it came out, and what you need to do, where you are to move back and come out. So entanglement is the part where parallel processing becomes more of a reality, where one qubit in America can connect to a qubit within South Africa, and both can do the same calculations. Or the one can tell the other that it already solved a certain problem, so here is the answer to whatever the answer should be. Right, so that's the basics of quantum computing. Is it something you're going to see in your phone? Not very likely. It's not something we're going to see on the phone, but where we see it going to, and where, let's call it scientists, some of these things are still in theory and some are still in labs, and it's a typical science talk of theory, and where this can go is where quantum computing will take AI into the form of AGI, or artificial general intelligence, which will be the next step in AI. So that has not happened yet, as far as I know. Next month, we never know how quickly these guys work, but that is where we're going with quantum computing, that will later be using AGI as one of its calculation methods.
So maybe to give you a practical, and this is why I love the quote by Arthur C. Clarke, because it says that any sufficiently advanced technology seems like magic. And if you're looking at a lot of the technology we're seeing today, except the flying cars, Back to the Future, we failed you. We don't have flying cars yet, we have hoverboards, but if you take it back to sci-fi movies, this is typically where in Star Trek, it was Star Trek, not Star Wars, Star Trek, where they could teleport people that is going down to quantum level. So it is very advanced, but the thing is that we are seeing exponential growth in technology and in knowledge. And this is just some interesting facts here. 1000 BC to 1700s, knowledge doubled every 1,800 years. I want you to wrap your mind around it. By 1945, it doubled every 25 years. Today, it's doubling every year. So I want you to think about this when we think of our children and we think of calling them the stupidest generation. Because they are only as good as they've been taught by their parents and the educational system. And we are the ones shoving the devices into their hands without giving them guidance. But my point here is that if you want to start studying today, the amount of knowledge you need to have is humanly impossible. We cannot learn that in a degree. We need a baseline, and this is where AI is very strong. It helps us reduce the noise, focus on where we are as humans, that are our traits, and helps us achieve more, not just from a productivity point of view. And here I'm going to bring the creativity part in, because if there's always someone that tells me AI is creative, you've seen it make songs. AI is not creative. It doesn't have a creative bone in its body. It merely takes what is existing and it learns from it. It repurposes and reformulates existing data either from the internet or from a data source that you gave it. But this is where, when we're talking about advanced AI, agentic AI, the super intelligence of the future, that we need to understand our role and we need to appreciate the role we are playing and the guidance we are giving to youth as to how to use AI. And I always, if you've attended one of my sessions, you will remember I always have a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger there, because he's not going to be back in the future to save us. Okay? We are the designers, the creators, the moderators, the governors, the legislators. We are the people using this technology. And we need to use this. We need to use the tools that are ethics and security by design. Because we are building this super intelligence. It will come. The cat is out of the bag. And unfortunately, legislation, regulation is always slow because technology works so fast. It's not a traditional industry. It's going at, as we saw, exponential growth. So we have to play a role today in how we shape this future when we're talking about advanced AI and superintelligence, because it is going to happen sooner than we think. Then we move over to sustainability, and we need to start wrapping up, Mr. van Rooyen. I know it's one of your favorite topics.
Yeah, so we're talking about in the future there will be sustainability focus, that IT will move towards green data centers. You see what's happening in the last 2 months, I beg to differ, and AI is not going to tell me any different. It's for me at the point where the Greens were, don't do this, cut this, cut down charcoal, but now doing data centers and doing water cooling in all sorts of different ways of getting these data centers to cool down. Now all of a sudden nobody talks about the power problem. Now we're quite happy about using the power, but 4 years ago using coal was a problem and nuclear was a problem. So for me, what I see, what's currently happening is we're using a lot of power. Is AI going to change that and come up with a solution for us? I really do hope so, but at this point, and where you see the future, power will be needed much more power worldwide that we currently have. The figures, I guess, is something I have no idea of, and the same for, I think, even the guys building this, they don't have an idea where this is going, but power will become, according to me, non-sustainable, at least for the next 4 years, but we're going to use quite a lot of it, and we're going to need quite a lot of it to drive technology forward.
So in between the lines, you're actually supporting my cloud now, because the building and sustaining of data centers is very expensive, not just financially, but it will also very expensive on the environment. That's why we do not use Claude or Copilot. We don't use Gemini, we don't use those things to do something we can do in Excel. Because the environmental footprint of using AI is significant. And I'd love to believe you, and I am an optimist, so I'm going to believe that AI might be able to solve this for us. But currently, it is very, very heavy on the environment. The environmental footprint, this is why we also see it's so hungry when it comes to power and heat. Why we see Mr. Musk launching data centers in space, Microsoft putting them under the ocean. I hope environmental studies were done on that as well. But yes, so it is a bone of contention we need to be aware of. And I want to end off our session today just by talking about a little bit in the future. And it was interesting because I did research. I was very big. If anybody was at the first TechHuddle 4 years ago, we had a session where we looked at the Microsoft Mesh, which is sort of a metaverse. So metaverse is just a virtual representation of an environment. I mean, our kids are in the metaverse. They're in Roblox, they're in Fortnite, wherever they are. And oddly enough, it was sort of like the flying car. People thought it was going to take off and going to take over the world, but it didn't. And I think, I like to believe it's because people have become more aware of the invasiveness of specific kinds of technologies. I mean, AR and VR tracks your eye movements. If you've got a smart watch, it tracks your heartbeat. This is extremely personal information. And now coupling that with what's going on in terms of our tech giants putting profit over people, it becomes a very big concern because they are using all that stuff for marketing and advertising purposes. One of the highlights of my year was the fact that in Kentucky, Meta had to settle because the court found that their algorithm is highly addictive to children, also to grown-ups, but I mean targeting children and having them locked in by addictive behaviors into using technology so that they can eventually buy things. Very unethical. So yes, it comes with these risks. It's not going to be around. The gaming industry has always led this. They have always, and then everybody says, oh, why is there a new version? Why is there a new processor? Why is there this? Why does everything have to be faster? You can all blame the gamers. It's all their fault. They are, to a large extent, always the ones requiring what is new and what is great. So that, I think, wraps it up from my side. John, is there anything you want to say on the topic of VR and AR?
So where's AR and VR really located?
In the cloud.
Ah, there we go.
Well,
All right.
it's debatable. I guess that the gamers can LAN it and play it from a local PC. I'm not a gamer, so I won't know. But thank you, Johan. I think everybody hears your concerns. They've heard my excitement. And I think together we give you a good middle way for you to actually use technology in an appropriate way. So there's the QR code. Please scan it in if you want to connect with me or Johan on any of these topics, or if you just want to join us for a debate outside the SALT offices, you are welcome to reach out to us and engage with us. We are here for you. So that being said,
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the break is when 10.
no,
10:30?
we've got 2 more sessions.
Sessions.
We will try to move through them a little bit faster. We know we're a little bit late. And then we will connect
But
also
yeah,
in the break time. We're
Both
around.
of us is here during the day, so
We're
you
around.
can question us anytime.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, I'll kick things off by giving you some stats. I think something like from off and does. But yeah, AI adoption is obviously accelerating rapidly. All of you have used to some extent the capacity AI in your organization, and you might have dabbled with your agents as well. And what we've been seeing is that as companies start utilizing agents in the organization, complexity really increases. We often compare this to when Teams was just released, and we'd see people just creating Teams channels across organizations, and very quickly an organization would have a channel. The same is happening with agents. Very quickly, organizations go from 0 agents to thousands of agents as everybody starts creating them. Now, even though everybody is using AI and flying agents, Deloitte is ran a study that shows 84% of companies have not really done a job around AI capability. So we're trying to do the same work that we have now and just throw AI into it instead of thinking about how to redesign the work that we do so that we can do it more efficiently. So 42% of companies and leaders recognize that there's like that skill gap for adoption and to change the work that we do. So this transformation needs to be delivered. Operating organizations need to think about plan, need to think about how to go and need to align that from the start. It won't just happen. And when companies do this, when they think end to end and start to finish with regard to AI, we see that they report stronger growth than those that up. So the objective for today is twofold. Giving the framework that we see at Microsoft is successful. We are what we call customer zero. We've been utilizing AI for 3.5 years, I think, now. LLMs and the likes. I've been using them for a while, so we've gone through this step. We got a lot of data at the beginning. Now, AI is, of course, what we do. I have agents running every day for doing a lot of my work. But we think, and we define success, a framework, and we divide it into 4 different steps. The first one is enriching employee experience, so empowering your people to do their best work, automating routine tasks, and what there's a bit around finding what is available, what are the routine tasks that your employees do over and over again, to give them more time to do things and certain things that actually matter, and that's what we said, and that need a human being. Number 2 is retaining customer engagement. So if we use AI, responsive and meaningful interactions at every touch point for your customers. Reshaping business processes, again, you go back to the first slide there. Very important to move beyond just incremental improvement and actually reimagining your operation with AI at the core. And then the fourth one is setting the curve on innovation. If you're following Microsoft, or if you've heard the term quite a lot, but following the pace of innovation by giving everything the tools and intelligence to experiment, iterate, and bring new ideas to the market faster. So it's not just only being stuck down and say, yeah, but let me use it experiment. So there's 4 use cases or stories that I'm talk picture, and they are aligned with the different framework pillars that I just mentioned. So the first one is with regard to Children International, both enriching your employee experiences. So Children International exists to break the cycle of childhood poverty, but they realized that they stopped spending too much time on work that didn't require human empathy. So they let AI handle the routine tasks, try to automate most of what was not, or they need this human empathy to free the time for their staff to do things that only people can, being empathetic, right? So they rolled out Copilot to most of their staff. To prioritize the skill teams, so people who are actually on the ground, and use it to analyze information, streamline some of the tasks. And the outcome is actually quite interesting. So they're increasing direct travel expenses by 55% in 4 years. So they didn't increase budget, they didn't increase headcount, they just freed staff time, estimating a lot of that work. And that means that the work that people are doing is more impactful, is more relevant. So we're no longer doing any of that, we just spend time in the field with children back to media, being empathetic, and really delivering what you can deliver at AI thing. So that was the first one, enriching employee experiences. And then we have reinventing customer engagement. The great example of that is the last year. They were growing quite fast over the past 2 years. But the teams were working across fragmented systems. The demand was increasing and scaling, and it was becoming harder for employees to show up to customers with speed and confidence when your information is segmented a little bit all over the place. So they tried embedding AI directly into service workflows so that intelligence can show up in the moment. That means automated triage, surfacing answers, supporting employees in real time with regards to support and customer service. And this obviously increased how quick employees could answer to their customers, but customer planning time dropped by 25%. There was a better engagement with the customer themselves because you have customer stakeholder and the users using their data experience and support services. 87% of them said they'd use it again, the tool, to get self-support. And get satisfaction increase. So, enriching employee experiences, letting your users be human and do what humans must do, and then you can reinvent customer engagement by giving customers that are not supported have a line of support they didn't before. That would be reinventing a customer engagement for your top customers. Any line of support. That will increase our engagement gradient, give them access to your information, and increase customer satisfaction. So those are the first two, enriching and reinventing. But we also should reshape business processes. And Levi's is a great use case for this. Over the past few years, they've been shifting to direct schema. So they started getting a lot of data on the users. But taking that data and turning it into information that so they have to send if there was anything you could do with AI to support this. So they redesign some of these workflows and put AI directly in rather than just running separated files. So they work on their data layers, build AI so that the users at the store could have direct information with regards to the customers that were at the store. And at the time that they were there for, that meant that from the data side, worked out what that needed to take up 3 years to do in a couple of days or a single day this time. And that idea to exact ready demos in Meet, access to the same data at the same time as the other relevant part of the implementation. So here first, you just have to work on their data, creating a baseline for everything that you want to build on top. And then you were able to push it to customer support, sales at stores, financial teams internally, and have this impact in what they say is decreased productivity by 97%. Because they reshaped business processes, and it wasn't just running a few files, but it was really going deep, getting that data structure in place, and then building the agent on top, aligned to existing business processes. And the last one, a good example of this is Centric. So Centric has trying to deploy Copilot at the time, they were a bit stuck in that proof of concept phase. Users of AI, use cases of AI were a bit disconnected. And it was hard at the beginning, right? It was not very successful. It was a challenge to get from this sort of proof of concept phase into something that's production grade. But essentially, we redesigned the innovation model and we built a centralized enterprise AI safety, security, compliance into it. And then performance metrics, performance evaluation of the AI was built as well. So there's this center of excellence around the AI that was created. And with it, they had the confidence to push it out for the user base. And build time dropped by 50%, efficiency increased by 30%, and cost fell by 20%. One of their customers delivered 17 use cases in 4 months, which in their eyes was generally it could be a 8-month time, so speed of delivery. And now today, this is a few months ago, etc. has now 70 cases and 16 of them are in full production. So we really, once the central of excellence is built and able to capture use cases from the organization, the scale really accelerates. So these are the 4 pillars and the framework that we use to find use cases really and push it to the organizations and really drive impact at scale. And it's not only about having the right tool for the job, it's about redesigning the job. And what are the processes that should be automated, and allowing your organization to learn from your users, because nobody knows their job and what they do as best as them, so nobody can really tell you how to improve their job better than what your employees can. But to do that, we need to think about 2 things first. So what is the data structure that you have today? What's the data that you can lean on to build your agents? Agents, AI, LLMs, they are at different levels of maturity depending on the company that you go for and what you pick. But your data is what you ground the agent on. And the agent can only be as good as the data that you have. So think about the intelligence that you have in your organization. What are the data sources that you have, and how can they improve the work that you do today? And second is trust. Okay, and we're going to be doing trust is about feeling comfortable that you have the right security, governance, and control. Agents and AI, and that you are operating in a lean, flexible way. Your commitment to compliance and your commitment to your customers ultimately, even with the user. Okay. So looking at intelligence is what powers safety. We see most organizations going with this security system of agents. So everybody is running the organization. And the differentiator really is agent. Whenever we generally see the interface, but what creates value is there. Well, many people are going to perform online. So that intelligence is one more and you can how work gets done, what are very important processes, the data applications that we use, and institutional law. When you get your agent down in complex, it becomes good and well. And that's what really increases the value. Because they are the way to work, they're not just generic assistants. So thinking into a unified operating layer that you can then build is pretty hard. So obviously Microsoft has their own influence, but the one is still applies. We one way whenever we want to bring data from Microsoft or still from your business and productivity to SharePoint and so on and Teams and so on. But increases the data platforms that you have, maybe business apps or different data providers that you have. You need all together into a single point that you can then build agents on. If you're not doing that, you will be operating in silos. And that is all good in the short term, but you think about the potential of AI, if you're really right on you have this end-to-end data structure. So it's something to think about, something to work on as well. But I'll leave you with this for now. How can you bring your data together and build it in a way that your AI can work on it in an efficient manner that is relevant to your business? AI creates new services, and if you have some security people here on the meeting, it's probably quite relevant for you over the past 2 years. So traditionally, we've been talking about applications, cloud protection, network management, and so on. But over the past year, we've been talking about the AI model, plugin, generative AI, prompt injection, prompt engineering, agent, and so on. So the conversation is really changed. AI intensifies traditional threats, right? So just being easier to run scripts and run malware does impact our traditional threat vectors here, down here. But AI is introducing new ones. So if AI is introducing new vectors, if there's new AI models and agents in the organization, how do we ensure confidence at scale? Step one is really observability. Do you know what agents are running in your organization? Either software as a service, or platform as a service, or running directly on your endpoint? Do you have that visibility? Okay. Can you manage them and monitor them in real time? That should be step number one. What you don't see, you cannot control, you cannot cover. So how do you increase our visibility over the agents that are in your organization, whether they're built within your organization, they're just a SaaS software that you put into your organization, whether you're the one procuring it, or whether your end users are just bringing their own agents and their own AI into the organization. You can always get that money and understand what's going on. Understand what's going on. You can start programming. You can start creating algorithms for agents to use it, ensuring that only certain types of data can go into specific agents. So maybe sales data can go into sales specific agents. That sales data is not going into information. Right? You might want to keep that separation, and you might want to start governance piece, which you can do once you have visibility. So governance is establishing those guardrails for your agents and users, and creating IT-led that gives you the right confidence and the right control elements, and often gets to a point where you audit, right? So audit a higher part of our world, right? And we need to have a way to respond to those. So that's actually governance. And secondly, security. So you understand that you have and that are running your organization. You go to them, so you select one that you can access and whatnot, the data can go into it or not, but then you secure it. And what we see at Microsoft is agents are very, very similar to users. So you want to control them as well at the identity and the access perspective, or from an identity and access perspective. Manage the risk level just like you do your users. see their behavior and see if the behavior of the agents are changing over time, see their access level, and see if they have and permissions as well. Is this agent getting more and more permissions over time? Lastly, you should be able to collect through data and identities in your organization. You should be able to understand if the agents are being used, the agents are not being used. I sort of a joiner remove legal process to these agents as well. If an agent is not being used for 30 days, maybe you don't there because it is tax justice. So now we can govern them, but we can also secure them and control them into any of their lives. Okay. And that is for agents, which exists in the organization, but you also have a team developing your own agent. So what we want to provide here in my topic, right, is a unified control plane for agents that gives you a consistent way to manage, govern, secure agents. Okay, what we talked to, which is Agent 365, but also giving your developers the protection, the guardrails, and visibility, boundary control, so that they can build and ship agents with confidence. So the boundary control plane allows your developers to build the agent with security in mind. And with this, your security teams can then get a complete picture across apps and the app data identities, threats, but also models and agents, right? Through our staff, and they can get everything moving into a security dashboard for. So the way we put it today is Agent 365 and boundary control plane are grounded in these security primitives that we have. Giving you consistent identity, data protection, threat protection across the different roles. So this builds that trust you need to move forward in organization. So that intelligence and trust is built in something like you have your endpoint where users are interacting with AI, and then you have the rest of the stack where your developers, maybe end users as well, are building agents that are bespoke to their own workplace, and through a center of excellence, you can get this data and extend it to the organization based on what works and what. Either that the data is in place, the data structure is in place. And as this is happening, your organization is growing, there's more use cases, people are doing work that actually really matters, where right? There's visibility towards what's happening, governance controls, and so this is what I want to leave with that tour. It was a whistle-stop tour as going through those 4 pillars is something that organizations are having to say successful went through. But doing it with intelligence and security in mind is a requirement. So that was my 20 to 30 minutes discussing the agentic organization here at Microsoft. As I said before, I'd love to connect with you. I think my details were shared before. So yeah, feel free to shoot me a message if you want to discuss any of this. Yeah, that's thanks all for having invited me. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Sumar. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Sumar from Microsoft. His contact detail will be available during the break and as we move along during the course of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, our event this morning would not have been possible without our partners, sponsors, clientele. So we have Fortinet MedStech in the house, Supermicro, Foresight, Genius Robotics, Dell Technologies, Salt Essential IT, NCRST, and obviously the Ministry of ICT. Further to this, we have signed up a new partner, Huawei Technologies. They are also in the house. Lazarus, you are here. Good morning, Lazarus. Ladies and gentlemen, AI represents the next generation of intelligent systems, enabling more natural, capable, and human-centered interactions between people and technology. But here to give you detail on how Claude is geared for the next generation systems, please welcome to the stage my very own Ilario Miller, Development Executive Solutions and Services, that's a mouthful in a title, to give you the overview of Claude.
Good morning and thank you. But before I start, we've been talking a lot, so I'm going to try to be a little untraditional. Can everybody get up? Just stand, quickly, just look me in my oog. Because after an AI conversation like that, some were not paying attention. I'm not going to call you out, but I saw you. So, it's a stand, get the blood flowing. It's not so cold. So, thank you. This is a good example of how we prompt. I prompted people to stand, and that's how we do AI. When we ask AI something, it listens better. All thank you very much. You can have your seats. All right, so let me also just start by saying, doing this on Claude is very intimidating, all right? I had some very cool engagements on AI in the last week, especially with an AI guru, Jacques Bassi. Slim mense steek me weg. So we had a very cool conversation with one of his largest corporates to try and understand how do we integrate AI in what we do? How do we not replace people, but how do we drive efficiencies? Everybody talks revenue. The reality of AI is it helps you to be proficient in your processes, but what it also does is it helps you to get market trends if your data is being sorted. So your revenue doesn't necessarily go up, but your need for people in the future gets reduced. So, thank you, Vanessa, for putting me on the spot to do this job. All right, so why Claude? What I try to do is I try to build it around Namibia. The beautiful thing about Claude is it is actually built on, let's say, the Constitution of the United States. What that tells us is it can be applied on Namibian legislation, but you need to teach it. You need to give it the information. I am not a guru. I prompt, still very much on the front end, because the back end of AI is very complicated. There's a lot going on there. You need to know what you want to do, what you want to achieve, then the how, the what. And it always starts by, let's do a masterclass to make sure we understand AI correctly. So, the enterprise AI moment, I'm going to use the word movement, but everybody has an AI moment where you're like, AI actually does this for me, and then you go do it, and then you completely abuse the process, because now that's all you're doing. You're not using AI for steps. I've had people, my mother sends me stuff from the farm that I know is not there. So that's what people are using AI for. There's businesses that are using AI for processes, and that's where Claude is fundamentally, in my opinion, a very good tool to use. Okay, so let's start with the software engineering benchmark. I do acknowledge I'm in the room with people that's a lot smarter than me, a lot better than me at this. But I think when it comes to AI, we use it in a lane that we need it. People get proficient in a lane. The photographer will get proficient in a line that he needs it. Engineers and developers will take it further. So 80.8% of the software engineering benchmark pretty much use it for fixing GitHub issues, real code base, not toy problems. So we've all tried to ask Claude, please build me a website for my side hustle where I'm selling bread with donuts on the inside of the bread. Claude will do like a website for you, then you try to publish the website, and you're like, this is not working, so like. The beauty of Claude is when you go into the coding side, it can actually break down your code lines for you to help you error check later, for your developments later. Claude takes an actual prompt, writes the code that you will have access to for development, and you can actually prompt your code to give you line development. Meaning, if you're looking for errors or further development, Claude is the way to go. That's why the engineers love it so much. But as I stated, we are not always using Claude at its peak use. We're playing in the front with things to make it look pretty and to make our life a bit easier. Okay. Token context window analyzes dozens of 100-page documents. Don't miss one. I can put that in a nutshell. That is the beauty of AI. It helps us to, I'm not going to use the word multitask, it helps us to do 5 people's job at the pace that you are paid for. Not for the 5 people's jobs that you get paid before. No, AI is helping me do 5 people's job, yes. That's why it's called efficiency, that's how we save revenue. That's how in a competitive market, we're still going to be around in a few years. What's also very cool is that it is very much human preference. Large language models, Ron and I had a very good, cool conversation. I actually think it was fun. I was standing there, he was talking to his assistant. Over 1 million blind comparisons. So it thinks better than most models. I'm also going to say everybody's got the virtue of the AI. She likes Claude. I mean, what's it, co-pilot? Claude had to woo her and won her over, so she asked me. It's the only time when you may legally have 2 wives, or 2 boyfriends, however you want to spin your analogy. Co-pilot is very small on internal stuff. Claude manages with you. So always advise, spread your portfolio with you to get done. Alright, 7 reasons Claude needs enterprise. I'm focusing on enterprise because it's the business case, in my opinion, for Namibia. I love that the honorables are all here and are actually driving very modern education processes for AI for everybody. The guy sitting in the office versus the guy with a smartphone that's staying in rural Namibia, that has connectivity. Education is needed all over the world. So coding and agentic engineering, as I said, Claude, you can really break down your code down to the line item. But developers aren't here. I've engaged our developers at soft, and very times it is always the client engagement section that takes a bit long. The client wants the picture a little to the left, and I want to change the font, and I want to use my mother's, cousin's, brother's picture here. Their hourly rate looks a bit pricey for the developers. My job is to go in, build a relationship, close the deal. So if we can model something right up front with the client, then and there, you know what you're doing, it's not very complicated. Claude AI is very cool with that. Long context handling, so if you're trying to build something bigger, in my opinion, Claude is the way to go. Constitutional AI security. What is very different about Claude is it's got ethics in the foundation. It's not slapped on the top. I'm sure we've all seen Elon Musk's Grok lawsuit in Australia, in the States, where you can give it unsavory instructions and it will deliver it. With Claude, it doesn't. There was actually a philosopher that they pulled in to help define terms of ethics in its building model. So it's not that they had the car and they spray painted it to be pink now because they want to perceive as they have a moral built in, you can call that. Vanessa and I had a very quick discussion on morality. Where does morality come from? It's the voice in the head. Who raised that voice? Who told that voice? So now, this is where Claude comes in, where it's actually a bit of a different AI model setup, as well as, I feel very important that there's a guy, just swap my mics. All right, so on the constitutional level, what's very cool is that you can actually use that because it's built on the US Constitution, obviously, because that's where the basis gets run from. But you can integrate it with your Claude AI here to use legislation in Namibia as your backend, especially for interpretation of law, which sometimes becomes a key thing. Sustained multi-step reasoning. Can everybody understand Afrikaans? No? Okay. It's the language. If you are older than 30, you speak Afrikaans. All right. Writing quality. What's really cool is, so I use Claude for my proposals, and on one of our developers actually taught me that there's a humanizing aspect that you can use to Claude that helps you get away with it. Because most AI has a little dash thing that irritates the living dinguses out of me. Give me the recipe for bread so I can tell my mother I wrote it. And then all the dashes in there gives your game away. So on Claude, there's actually on a back end where you can actually say humanize, and then it's a little code you drop in from Claude themselves. Enterprise and regulated sectors. This is the fun part. I think there's a huge understanding, maybe even misunderstanding. There was this big fear, Claude can replace people. Claude can't do anything without people. You have to skill up. When the steam engine came out, the horse and cart guys were like, oh no, we're not going to work. No, they learned how to drive the steam engine. So we're going to have to upskill because the world's moving at an exponential rate. And cloud neutral distribution, I don't understand that. I don't have to give you guys too much info on that, so I'm going to bounce that one. So the previous Microsoft guy mentioned that. So let's quickly go to constitutional AI. Understand why, not just what. So this is where ChatGPT and Grok, they really do the what. Claude reasons very well, guides very well, it asks the right questions. However, you cannot be a grade 10 mathematician and now ask Claude, how do I do this from the financial director? You need to understand what you're asking. You need to understand where you're going. You may not understand all the calculations, but you have to have a framework of understanding to really apply AI at its finest. So Claude's constitution trains the model to reason about principles behind ethical decisions, enabling correct handling of novel situations, not just familiar rule matches. I don't watch soccer, but if Arsenal's going to win, you don't need AI to tell you Arsenal's going to win. But what you can do is, if you look at the statistics of the season, of the game, of their scoring, of their patterns, AI can help you develop that reasoning. So I don't know how many of you are on high-end gambling. Probability is king. That's where Claude does that for you very nicely. Fewer hallucinations in regulated outputs. Doesn't lie a lot. It lies less. I had to choose my wording very carefully here because Vanessa was like, no, that's not the right word. This word gives the wrong impression. It all lies, okay? The guarantee that Claude gives you is it lies a whole lot. What is the word? Less, right? It lies less. It tells you you're beautiful every morning. It will do that for you. I don't know how you feel about yourself in the morning, but that's what it will do for you. It is a nice lie, but it's not going to tell you somebody drove over your dog, your mother had a heart attack. Depends how you prompt it. But the probability of when you ask it something, the information that you get back, the probability is a lot higher that it's very real information. But like I said earlier, you have to have an understanding of what you're looking for. If you understand nothing, you can't put quantum physics in there and be like, oh, cool, the answer's 7. And it doesn't give you the right solution. So updated in 2026 is the constitutional approach, meaning Anthropic moved from a rules checklist to a philosophical approach. I don't know where you guys stand on philosophy. It's not a religious thing. It is not a cultural thing. It is a process of thought. Thought drives development. We all have biases. Nobody can tell me they don't. But Claude, they try to really have it think in what is factual, what is real. As much as it can lie to you, the probability is a lot lower. All right, reasoning, communications quality. As I said earlier, I'm not going to dive down too much in this one, but it's a lot better. The more you teach it, the more it gets you. My Claude understands me. There's people that, like Vanessa started the voice Claude, and it faffs. Die ding praat net baie, doesn't actually get to the point. Mine tunes me straight. No. A, B, C, and D. Yes, A, B, C, and D. You didn't ask the right question to get the result you're looking for. So the communication, the faff
fades away the more you communicate. I think that's like any relationship. In the beginning, you're dating, you're talking a lot, you're trying to woo her or her, you, I don't know, it's a new world, girls hit on guys and guys hit on guys. The point comes down to how you engage. In the beginning, julle praat verskriklik baie. Then somebody gets pissed off 10 months later, dan is hulle weer stil vir 3 dae. This is where the communication with Claude stays consistent. So this is where I want to get to. Enterprise trust and cloud flexibility. So on enterprise, you don't know what enterprise is? It's on scaled operations, not the one-man show doing accounting. They can use Claude, they 100% can, but the processes, operations, simplifications, automations will cost too much for a one-man show. But if you've got an enterprise, it really helps you to find your rhythms. The meeting with a larger corporate is, they wanted to know what the north part of Namibia, in that town, what's the buying power? What is their buying habits? Their data, thank you Jesus, was sorted. They had a very organized structure. So we could use that information and we could see, okay, so at this time of year, I'm going to use your example, Vanessa, nails were at the peak of being sold, and they could apply that into their marketing into real time, because now the data's too big for one person to go through. The market moves so fast. They needed to know this Saturday, normally this time of year, they buy nails. But in Windhoek, pools were selling the fastest. So it really interprets your data very well for your larger scale businesses. Legal and contracts. Claude is the fight you pick when you want detailed, descriptive, closed-looped languages. It does that very well. Medical and healthcare. Dell has got a very cool thing where you can actually, people go in for scans, AI would read those scans and point out cancers, types of cancers, because the model has been taught, learned, there's factual information that's been fed into it. So this doesn't, it's not the Google of, I have a headache, my toe's broken, and what do I need to do? Claude's going to tell you, drink Omo, go see the doctor, and you'll end up dead before you get there. This is for medical practices. All right, so it's not a doctor. It gives really sound advice though sometimes. And government and political and public sector. Sorry, that's not very clear over there, but there's a lot of Namibian policies. And same thing like with our HR department. My MD sitting here, so I'm going to look at her. I don't always read the policy. I throw it into my AI and ask my question, and then it gives me the question. And that's where I really like it. It's interpretation of information of something that is fed into it. So you've got two shapes. You can either go into the world of the internet to gather that information out, then it becomes interpretive. Or like in Namibia, we actually have access, very cool, to documents to throw in to have real political debates. Not to crush each other, but to understand each other. And this is where I really like Claude. And then, this is my favorite score chart. I wanted to bring this up to be very clear. Claude has weaknesses. Not a whole lot. All right? So, coding, agentic engineering, Claude leads. ChatGPT behind, Gemini behind. Long context documents, Claude leads. Chat, Gemini behind. Constitutional AI safety, Claude, because it has philosophy in the back end or in the foundation, it applies knowledge a lot different. Writing quality, Claude's made spelling mistakes, and the grammar has also had commas and dashes at weird places. This is where, once again, Claude leads. However, multi-step processing as well as quality of writing, ChatGPT and Claude's comparable. So what I'm saying here, again, is choose your AI for the application that you need it for. Terminal command, line interface, multimodal, video understanding, raw output. Claude kan nie preetjies teken nie. I've asked it once, I got a stick man. It was terrible. However, this is where the integration of AI comes into play. ChatGPT on terminal, command line, CLI automation, wonderful. So, what I do want to announce before I get on to the next, let me use the word conclusion. My soundbox, can I get a drum roll, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Solve Essential IT is a Claude podcast. Salt Essential IT. So, thank you. That was very cool. So, before everybody jumps and lines up and storms to my office, there's a few steps. Number one, come to our AI masterclass so we can be sure that we all understand the same thing about Claude AI. That one I'm going to charge you for. Comes with an invoice. Then, number two, you come to me again, and then we'll do discovery session. That one I'll do for free. So that we can understand what is your business needs, what do you struggle with, and how can we define the solution? So it becomes a data-driven solution, not just a, I think this will work. I think we can do this. It's not a cheap exercise. Tokens are not cheap in the long run. So after that discovery session, you actually get a document of, so these are the problems you brought from your business to the table. I don't understand your business. This discovery session helps us to define what your problem is by you. The processes of how that will be executed will come in a document. And in that document, there will be cost, there will be POC. We break it down as to how you can apply it, where you want to apply it, and what it's going to cost you. I'm in business to make money. If it was all free and lekker, we wouldn't be in business. And then we do a proof of concept after the discovery session. There's a deployment plan, deployment plan, and then we go live. But it is data research driven from you. I understand the business where I work. I don't understand your business. This is why it's very important for the discovery session, and we do that for free. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I hope I can make money out of you. Please scan the code and engage with us. Let's see what we can do and how can I be of service to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilario. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice on his last slide, he did have a Gmail account. His official account is ilario.miller@salt.na, but please do scan the QR code for that. We have reached the morning break. On my clock, it says 10:25, unless I've got another time. My watch is AI driven. Ladies and gentlemen, just another word of thanks to our sponsors and partners, Microsoft, Foresight, QBS Software Africa, Dell Technologies, Fortinet, Complete Enterprise Solutions, Supermicro, and Huawei. As we take the break, ladies and gentlemen, I do encourage that you please visit the stalls, do mingle, do network, and do come back refreshed for our second slot. Thank you. So within the next 30 minutes, we can then return back to the venue for the second slot.
right. I think we can get started. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you all had a refreshing break and took the opportunity to visit our partners, the stands. I see a lot of our partners have goodies for you guys as well. So please don't forget to visit later on in the day as well. Christopher, you have an announcement for us?
Yes, Grace, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a lucky draw this evening. For those of you that will be staying up until the end of the day, there is a prize to be won. Can anyone guess what commodity is the highest? Fuel prices. Salt Essential IT will be giving away a $3,000 Namibian fuel voucher to one lucky winner. Yes, I can see the snaps. Clock it, clock it. So please do join us later this evening for the networking event.
Thank you, Christopher. So our next speaker is Mr. Warren Cousins. Cybersecurity remains one of the most pressing challenges facing modern organizations. So to help us navigate this increasingly complex landscape, please welcome Warren Cousins for his presentation on complexity to clarity, making modern network security work. Please give him a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let me start a timer here so I don't go over. So hi everyone, as I was introduced, my name is Warren Cousins. I work for Fortinet in Africa, and the SME stands for Subject Matter Expert. I think we're all not experts, we're all learning with this new AI that's happening. I think it's a brave new world, and I hope to try and take you through some of the developments and also what we have. So I've been on the receiving end. I've been a client of Fortinet, using Fortinet products for probably 20 plus years in the cybersecurity market. And I've also been an implementer working at an MSSP or ISP. And then I've been a client again, and now I'm working for the vendor. So I've been through the whole ecosystem. I know what it's like to be in the fire and in the frying pan. And now I'm helping you guys actually strengthen your security postures. So the common element that we have and that we see across all telemetries is networks. Networks are expanding in all directions. You've got different mediums. You've got fiber, you've got Wi-Fi, you've got satellite. Gone are the days of old copper DSL, but yes, we've been through that too. ISDN, Dalcies. Anybody hands up who remembers the Dalcies? Or am I, oh, there we go, there we go. Showing my age here. What is common though, and I think to Vanessa's point, I think she'll like this little pop out, is the applications that are sitting in the cloud. And I mean, if you look at that, I mean, there's over 125 different applications. Adobe's in the cloud, Microsoft's in the cloud, the data centers for AWS, Azure, Microsoft, Google, all of them are sitting in South Africa somewhere. Oracle Cloud is also around, and we've got actually presence on some of the Oracle Cloud stuff too. Now, Office 365, same thing. Where's your SharePoint data residing? Also in the cloud. So we need to make sure that we're securing telemetry towards all these different applications across all these different network infrastructures. And what we do see is this mix of users. We had people, when we're talking about remote connectivity and remote users, telling me, I don't have remote users. I'm like, what do you mean? You've got a laptop. Do you not check email from home? You are a remote user. When you're working sick from home, you're a remote user. When you pull out your laptop at a coffee shop, you're a remote user. You might not be a hybrid user working full-time from home, but COVID went and showed us all that we all had to work from home. So the stat here is that 85 or 84% of companies are hybrid. And sure, you do have users, clients, competitors working from home. There is work from home, work from the office, flexi time that is now prevalent, especially after the COVID pandemic. And the other challenge that we see in all directions is IoT devices. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I recently bought a new washing machine. This is an Internet of Things washing machine. It tells you when the cycle is finished. tells you how much water you've used, but it has to connect to my Wi-Fi at home. What's stopping an attacker using that as a hotspot to connect to? He just needs to get into that washing machine and he can pivot east and west. Same thing with your network printers. Same thing with your cell phones. What about mining equipment, medical equipment? What are we doing for those devices that don't even have patches? How are we securing those devices and securing networks for those devices? These are the challenges that we have across our ecosystem. Coupled with that, I think the stat here says by 2026, 90% of organizations will have some type of threat or ransomware or edge network incident. 90% of organizations this year worldwide. Which leads to this next stat. It takes you 4 days, and it's dwell time that I'm showing you, 4 days to detect an attacker, because let's face it, if the guy's there and he drops ransomware and he encrypts your data, you'll know immediately. So within a couple of days, you'll know my data's gone. The ransom, I have to pay it. Or they sit there for up to 300 days, undetected, exfiltrating your data, putting your confidential information, your client information, on the internet for sale. We see that, the industry has started responding to this, and beyond now just having traditional network equipment, we've got secure network equipment. You can see the spend from left to right now is starting to increase. By 2030 and 2026 there, 280 billion is the amount of money that is going to be spent. And now the shift and focus is more towards secure networking versus traditional networking. Fortinet have been at the forefront of secure networking, protecting our devices through firewalls. Everybody must have heard of or used a FortiGate firewall in this audience. We ship over 50% of the world's firewalls. So enterprise firewalls, over 50% of the world's firewalls are Fortinet firewalls. Now, this is not scare tactics, but just what's happening in the local Southern Africa context. We've got a Protection Act in place now that requires us to publish this information. So what I can tell you is Stats SA got hit with ransomware, and over 154 gigs of data was exfiltrated. In that, the ransom that was demanded was $100,000. Again, Gauteng provincial government, March 2026, 3.8 terabytes of data exfiltrated. I don't know how long you've got to be sitting on a network to exfiltrate 3.8 terabytes, but I don't think that was anything fast and quick. And if you look at the personal information, it's people that are applying for jobs. So all their ID numbers, home addresses, CVs, out there for sale. If you're worried about identity theft, your identity is gone. The Land Bank, also ransomware as a service. They wanted 5 bitcoins. They didn't pay the ransom, they restored from backups. Polmed is the police medical aid, and this is really concerning for me because the members are the South African National Police Force. Their personal information, where they live, is available on the dark web now. So if I was any type of criminal entity and looking for somebody, I just look it up or pay the information charge on the dark web. Thinking of Mozambique, Mozambique doesn't have any comprehensive data protection law currently, but it's up to the individual entities to publicly disclose whether they want to or not. That's just, I would say, best practice. You let your customers know, but there's no act to tell you that you have to within a certain time frame. We know that their sort of endeavors have strengthened, and there was actually an initiative launched by the government to protect against critical infrastructure in 2025, in November. If we look at what happened over the course of April to January last year, there was over 30,000 cybersecurity incidents. And currently, there's over 1,000 active cybersecurity crimes that are presently being investigated by their government entities. Looking at Namibia, we do not yet have a protection law. It's being developed. It's something that's being written at the moment. There's no compulsory law that makes you, as an entity, government or private sector, publish this information. We do see that the Namibia Airports Company did actually publicly acknowledge a cyber attack in March, and 500 gigs of data was stolen. We also know that, I hope I'm saying this right, the Otjiwarongo municipality, can I get it pronounced properly? Did I say it right? Almost. No, oh, it's a new word for me, guys. They also, I was just chatting to our friends here at the NCRST, and yeah, that's something that now is also under investigation. There was a data theft and a ransom that was demanded. Also, Telecom Namibia, going back to 2024, customer information was leaked, and they refused to pay the ransom. What happens with these ransoms is, if you pay it, you might get your data back, right? I've had, and to the point might, I've had someone who's had almost 15 years worth of photos, all their data get encrypted. They paid the ransom because it's their family photos. They didn't get the key. So they paid the ransom, no data. The ransom wasn't too bad. It was, it was okay. From this person's perspective, when he thought about his lifelong memories, right? But for a company like a telecom or private entity or individual company, when you pay that ransom, you might restore your data, but the security holes that were in there for the guys to get back in are still open. So you got to, if you do pay it, you've got to close those holes quickly. We've seen some companies pay it, and then they get breached again within a week. So I've also seen some companies not pay it, but then they took over a week to restore their data. So that's loss of revenue that people cannot work for a week. So some businesses just don't survive that. There's a stat on that as well. I mean, you can go look that up as well on Claude or ChatGPT. What we see globally really is this inconsistent user experience. And I was chatting to a couple of people now about it just on the break. And it's, when are you at home, can you access the content that you have at the office? Are you blocked in the same way? Can you access pornography at home but not at the office? Or gambling? Those are just web content filters. Now think about network antivirus. You might have local antivirus sitting on your machine, but you don't have network antivirus unless you're using a VPN. A lot of the VPNs that we're using today aren't actually doing the full tunnel, aren't actually inspecting antivirus engine traffic or RPS engine traffic in that VPN tunnel. And I'll come to that later to explain it, because it actually ends up being very costly for someone to do it properly. If you want to actually have that VPN tunnel doing all the traffic for all the users, you have to make sure that you size your appliances right. So again, also there's gaps in products. I mean, there's a few single vendors that do everything. Fortinet is one of them. We do endpoint, we do on-prem, we do cloud, we do SIM, we do SOC, we do SOAR, we do everything, and I'll get to that in a minute. What I do want to show you on the AR front, which is pretty cool, and I mean, just hands up anybody that's using SD-WAN, anybody using FortiGate SD-WAN? If you've ever had to build SD-WAN, it can be quite challenging. And what I've got here in this little video, you just can't see that there. You'll see it says they're not installed. We're going to take, in this video, an image, and we've drawn what the SD-WAN should look like, and we've given it to the AR to build the network. So you can see we've just got some devices that have been added here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out to the top, click on the little AR icon. I'm going to say, guys, listen, what I want to do here is actually build the SD-WAN topology. My devices have already been linked to my FortiManager. What is it that I need to actually input? You can see it saying, okay, well, Warren, you need the device name, the device roles, the WAN interfaces, the LAN interfaces. We need the IP address space. You can see some of the stuff is optional. At the bottom there, that's optional. And what we're going to do now is we're going to attach an image. It says, if you'd like, you can attach an image. Here we attach an image. Use this image is what we're saying. And then it's processing it. It's actually taking what was in that image, all the IP addresses, and it's actually creating like almost like a template. We can go there and say there's the data center, hub 1, hub 2, the network spaces, branch 1, branch 2. You can see the IP addresses assigned to the ports. What we're doing here is just validating that information. Look, branch 1, branch 2. Looks great. That's under branch group. And from there it says, is this correct? Do you want to let me know, or is there any changes? We're saying, yes, it is correct. So what it's doing now is it's actually building this. So to the colleagues that have built this in 40 Manager before, you would have had to manually enter all this information, type it out, get the subnets correct. Yeah, the AI has actually picked up that from an image. I'm just going to skip through this now. I mean, the whole length of this video, guys, is 4 minutes, right? Let's just see here. Minutes. So let's say it takes 10 minutes to actually do this. I'm going to just go through to where it's validated. We've said, yeah, are you sure this is correct? And you can see there it says proceed. We hit proceed. It starts validating the configuration. And yeah, we're actually reviewing the config. You can see it's pushed that config there. It's got little, it wasn't there previously, remember in the beginning. So that's new, that's been pushed. We're going to say, okay, go ahead with that. And here towards the end, what I want to show you, that's installing the configuration. So we've taken 4 devices that just had partial config. They literally had IP addresses assigned to them. In 5 minutes, we've run a wizard based on an image. We've taken the actual image, we've created the templates, and you can see the actual monitor now will show you that now we've got this whole topology built. It's built the IPsec tunnels. It's built the monitoring. It's configured the SLAs. It's done the firewall rules. And from there, you can have a full topology deployment in less than 5 minutes using AI. So that's where we're going. I mean, this is just in management and configuration and deployment. This might have taken days or weeks, like to configure. Okay, and this is where we say from confusion or from muddiness to clarity. Everybody probably has SD-WAN, and this is where we started in 2014. I mean, the early stages of SD-WAN was link load balancing and policy-based routing. We've been doing that. We've had that on our gates. We've got something called secure SD-WAN. Secure SD-WAN is just the security on top of that. So it's pointless just being able to direct traffic if you cannot protect it. So that's where we float our RPS engines, our antivirus engines, our DLP engines on top. From there, we also then go into SD branch. So SD branch being that you can actually, from your 40 gate, manage your access points and your switches. So you don't have to have a switch manager or AP manager. Your 40 gate becomes the manager for that. When you want to make changes on your APs or your switches, you do that from your 40 gate. All the analytics, all the management, all the configuration from the 40 gate. So you don't have to now jump onto 10 different APs, do 10 different changes. Make one change for an AP profile and SSIDs, and it applies to your entire infrastructure. What's new now is zero trust network access. And in essence, this is where everybody should be from a journey. On my machine, I'll show you in a minute when I get to my demonstration, is that every 60 seconds, the telemetry on my laptop is being shared with the cloud. Is my machine vulnerable? Am I on the domain? Am I running antivirus? Is my antivirus up to date? If any one of those things are wrong or not correct, I can be removed off the VPN, or I can be restricted to my corporate applications or my cloud applications. That's what Zero Trust does. That's what we can do, not just with SASE, not just with SSE, but with 40 gates, with 40 gates. Moving on, and the sort of involvement here with AI ops is, imagine now in the cloud with something called AI operations. We're taking all the logs from your SD-WAN, from your SD branch, from your switches, from your APs. Imagine now you were sitting in the corner there, and you didn't have strong enough signal. The AI ops or the detect you don't have strong enough signal, we need to boost the power on the access point and change the channel. And it can do that autonomously for you, as long as you grant it permission to do so. So that's where we're heading. That's, I mean, you wouldn't need to run an analysis, a Wi-Fi analyzer. You wouldn't need to have that user moaning. All of that's gone, because the AI has already picked up the problem and fixed it for you. So that's where we're moving towards. Even with SD-WAN, there's a problem with this line, but some applications are running fine on it, others are not. So we'll move some applications to one line and leave other applications on another line. And AI is able to do that too. Fortinet, as a vendor, have this entire ecosystem and space covered. So from a vendor that actually has the full telemetry, we're there, we can help you. Just from a leaders quadrant, on the left here, you can see SD-WAN, SSE, which is Secure Services Edge. That is security in the cloud. We highly rated there. The middle, on the right-hand side, that's SASE platforms. You can see there's only 4 players in that entire platforms ecosystem. 4 that have everything that I've just showed you, like from left to right on the previous slide. Now, just to give you some insight here, just so that it's not too noisy, the internet's there, right? You've got your cloud, you've got your SD-WAN at your head office. There you might have some access points and some switches or extenders. Here you might have other branches or other SD-WAN appliances that are not Fortinet connecting into your head office. Over here you've got your Forti client and your tunnel, right, going into your branch. Now, as long as that tunnel is doing all traffic, you should be secure. But as I heard and as I explained, people are doing split tunneling. So not all traffic goes there. Only some traffic goes there. The more users you have remotely, the bigger you have to have your firewall. As soon as, and is it a single firewall? If that firewall goes down, your users are not protected, right? So this is what happened in COVID, is that everybody was working from home. This head office firewall couldn't cope. It wasn't able to do it. People weren't even able to buy a new firewall because all the ports and everything was locked down. So what do? You then use cloud. It's not to say one is not going to work. You have got the argument for on-prem versus cloud, but how can you up-ramp something without having to buy it, install it, upgrade it? You can buy a service in the cloud and it can be ready in an hour for you. And that's where these guys in 2019, I don't know if they predicted or had an insight somewhere, but you can see the bottom line there says 2019 on July 29. The future of network security is in the cloud. These guys basically, if I can condense it, it's like 70 pages, right, that they wrote a report. And it's saying that, your management of your desktops or the management of your laptops, the security itself, you need something that can ramp up and ramp down at high volume. Instead of you having to have a capex of a hardware device, you can do that security in the cloud. That's the basis of that report. When you say SASE, does everybody understand what the acronym SASE means? Just hands up. Or do we have some people that don't know what SASE is? Anyone know what SASE is? You don't know what SASE is. SASE is Secure Access Services Edge. So the secure access part is covered by SD-WAN, and the services edge is covered in the cloud. So we can take our SD-WAN and we can do on-prem security, or we can do cloud security. With that in mind, I want to show you quickly what this looks like, because in the middle here, we've got our actual POP. If I could call that my FortiSASE POP, there's a lot of other elements here that I haven't put. This is like maybe 4 or 5 services. There's over 20 different services. If you know your FortiGate, you know how feature-rich it is. There's over 60 different features on that FortiGate. Imagine those features in the cloud. And all you do is you just buy a user license. So here's me, Warren. I'm here today in front of you, connected to the cloud using FortiSASE. The FortiSASE agent is actually FortiClient. You can see it's connected to SASE Secure Internet Access. What is Secure Internet Access? It's taking all my traffic to the internet. So when I go to something like, let's open a new page here. Does anyone know what that bunny is? No. Playboy.com. Blocked. Let's go download some viruses. So if you've ever, and you can do this at your home and on your corporate network, go look for eCar or ER-car. It's virus test files. This is in an HTTPS transport stream. Not a lot of products actually scan inside that protocol. Fortinet, we do. But what we've seen is our competitors have had some issues with performance when you actually turn HTTPS scanning on. We've been building our own hardware for the last 15 to 20 years that actually helps with the scanning of this. When I click here to download this virus file, I should immediately get blocked. Done, blocked. Same thing with the other element here. That's the text file, blocked. Just to give you guys an idea of what's out there from phishing. Now those are virus files, and I showed you a pornographic site, right? That's blocked. But we also block phishing sites. We block malware sites. Those are sites, not even thinking about antivirus or RPS engines. If you look at this fish tank, not fish tank, open fish. Here's your phishing intelligence and what's going on from fish URLs. You can see there's over 400 phishing URLs here in America. There's 2 currently active in South Africa. I know about 2 because I've been, or I have received an SMS saying that an order is arrived for me to pay. And I need to make a payment of 18 Rand for them to release it. I click on it, it looks 100% legit. The only thing that is the dead giveaway is the fact that the URL at the top, okay, and this is only if I'm using my mobile. When I'm on my home network on my Wi-Fi behind a FortiGate, it immediately stops it as a phishing site. So that is now on my home network. What about families that are not educated to open that link? They'll open it and they'll pay that. They'll think, I've got something coming to me. I've got to pay. Same thing now with all this information that's being leaked. The criminals have it. They are imposing or are imposters as government employees. I got called from the South African Revenue Service asking me about my information. I said, how can I validate this is the South African Revenue Service? I said, give me a number to call you back on. Oh no, we're calling from a call center. I said, I don't believe that. Next thing the phone went beep, dead. They've got my information because I was part of an attack that happened already in 2022. The TransUnion, which is your credit regulator, who looks up your credit rating, they've got my ID, they've got my home address, they've got my telephone number. So the bad actors are using that to actually try and show some credibility, to say, hey, I am Vodacom, or I am SARS. So we've got to be on the lookout for that. With this product, we know that, that is protected, that is covered. I'm just watching time here, and I'm on a short few minutes left. So what I want to get across here is that this integrates with your secure private access into your SD-WAN. So when you've got SD-WAN, instead of taking your users into your head office, we can take your users into our cloud. And then from our cloud, we connect them to your office. We can do security down that tunnel, both directions. Our competitors can't do that. We are also able to, with the zero trust tagging, remember I said there's zero trust. Zero trust, in essence, is every day this scan runs on my machine. You can see I've got 2 critical vulnerabilities. Those critical vulnerabilities, I think it's a browser, yeah, that could automatically be patched. I can set that to auto-patched. Actually, this morning it said it needs to reboot my machine. So if I had said yes, it would have patched it and remediated it. But the fact that it's able to identify my machine as being critical, I would then, and I could then, restrict access from my machine through into the VPN or into the internet, and I can even reuse those ZTNA tags on-prem. So we have got my access points, my switches. I can actually be kicked off the corporate data VLAN and put into a quarantine VLAN because now I've got a critical vulnerability. entire environment. Your SD-WAN, your switches, your APs, and your cloud. Thin edges, let me see if I can quickly get in here. I just want to log in. So yeah, I'm logging into the cloud. Just want to grab this key. I just want to show you how quick and easy this is. So I'm going to log into the cloud there. Help if I press the button. Okay, security code. Yeah, on my phone I'm getting security code. Yeah, on my phone I'm getting security code. That authentication request. Yeah, on my phone. When you onboard this VPN client, that's the first thing it does. Security code. It will actually ask you that. So yeah, I'm logging into this platform. This platform is always up. This platform is always available. This platform is there for you to manage. It's not like your head office that could be down. Yeah, I'm putting it down. Yeah, I'm putting it down. We can take about 200 access points into our cloud. And we can also take 1,040 extenders. I'll tell you the long and short of it instead of showing it to you, but within, because I'm out of time, within 10 minutes, I was able to actually onboard. There it is here. So this is the video of that. I logged into 40 Cloud. Look how long this video is, guys. You can see it's 9 minutes long, right? So in 9 minutes, I had, before the 9 minutes started, I'd taken an access point, plugged it in a cable. On that cable, part of the boot sequence of the AP and of a 40 gate, it looks for DHCP. It gets an IP, it calls the cloud. It sees, hey, I've got entitlements on the cloud for Fortinet SASE. Let me link there. There I go to something called ZTP, which is zero touch provisioning over there. And what I did is I selected it. You can see it appears there on the cloud. I can actually click provision or deprovision, and I actually provisioned it on the cloud. You can see here it actually appears as a new device. See, it's unauthorized. I authorized that device and I configured the SSID. You can see there's the SSID at the top, access point profiles, and in the space of 9 minutes, I had an access point live in the cloud, secured. Anything on that SSID gets tunneled to South Africa, gets scrubbed. It could be my phone. Remember, my phone might not have an agent. It could be my printer. It could be my washing machine. All of those devices securely connected. Now, just to come back, we do all the management and all the analytics for that too. We also give you SOC as a service. So we will take all the logs from that POP, all the logs from all your endpoints. We will look at it. We'll give you this dashboard. And I think what's key here on this little icon, if you use this in closing, over 9 million logs processed at the top, 144 security events, 67 incidents detected. We picked up the phone and called 10-15 minutes before. You only need to worry about those are escalated events. We'll tell you, we'll say, this thing is affected with the CNC, this is what you're going to fix it. We'll also help you with reports for your auditors to actually help you assess if the machine is still infected and fix that. And yeah, guys, I mean, I can just show you actual final. Here we go. This is the dashboard for the entire real estate. If I look under security here and go policies, this would be the policies for all my users coming in. This would be my policies for my access points. I can then do web filtering for my access points, for my devices, for my users. I can do antivirus. You can see there it is there. That's the SSID that I've configured. 10 minutes. It's up and running. So, again, just back to the slide here. You can do this in a cloud fashion, or we can build it to you in a private way. We've had to redact, obviously, the country. So there's a country whose government we helped deploy a private model of 40 SASE for 10,000 users that we sold last quarter and we're busy deploying. There's other entities like this, government, as well as MSSPs that want to resell this out of their own data centers that use this model. Come chat to us about this. I think this is like a Johan Vanessa split. Who wins the conversation? We can do both. We're here to help you on your journey, and thank you so much. If you want to engage with us, here's the QR code, and yeah, over to the next speaker. Thanks, Vanessa. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your attendance.
Thank you so much, Warren. It might have been a lot to consume in one go, but it's a very relevant conversation. You can continue with him at his stand over there. All right, so our next speaker is Mr. Ron Malherbe. I hope I'm not butchering the surname. So he's here to speak about from device to experience, bringing AI-powered workplaces to life. Please give him a round of applause, Mr. Ron Malherbe.
I'm going to be less than 10 minutes. One, oh, you good. One can only hope. Are you ready? Okay. Is it ready? Oh. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ruan Malherbe. I'm a client solutions technologist within Dell. So I'm sitting on the technical side on the endpoint. As I said, technical more than sales related. So a quick question. I've got two versions of my presentation. A very short one or a very long one. So which one would you prefer to go for? The long one. Okay, okay, so let's start with the very short one. So I'm going to make three statements. First statement is technology drives innovation. Point number two, Dell is in the forefront of AI innovation. Point number three, if you want to run AI, you run it in Dell. That was my short presentation. Thank you. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm just going to start with the video, just on what you can actually run or how it will look like running AI on a notebook. Hopefully it's going to work. So when we started this morning, I'm kind of on the side of where everything should sit on local. Cloud, I'm sometimes a bit worried about the security because we don't really know exactly what it's all about. So what we've seen from customers, they normally run AI and they want to run everything in the cloud and uses any of the AI cloud portions. tried. Thank you. So basically what it boils down to is, as soon as you start using cloud, and you've got an AI model sitting in the cloud, you're going to ask questions, you're going to get answers, but you have to pay for it. Somewhere, someone has to pay. And what we've seen, so for example, Uber, they had a cloud budget or an AI budget, which they used one of the AI models in the cloud. Within 3 months, they utilized their full 1-year budget. What are they going to do for the next 9 months? They don't have money anymore to actually develop and go forward. So that is the one thing. The second thing, as I mentioned, security. We're not 100% sure if I'm going to ask a question and I take company information, upload to do certain things for me. If the AI model or the large language model sitting there, aren't they going to take my data? They might not take my personal information, but they're going to utilize the information what I ask for or to generate something. And they might still train their models on that. So I prefer to run everything local. So normally, how would you do this? So, from a cost perspective, very important and very expensive. So what we've seen, as I said about the Uber one, there are actually companies that's now looking at how much it's going to cost for your AI models to run, to assist you, comparing to a person's salary. Somewhere along the line, you need to do a calculation and say, listen, it's going to cost me X amount of dollars to keep someone employed against a model that's going to cost you more on tokens coming back. So ideally, what we are trying to do, as I said, we want to move it to the edge. If something sits on the edge, you've got more control of it. And there's two components. I hope we've got a control. There's two components which I want to talk about. So number one, Dell AI Factory, and number two, the Dell AI PCs that we utilize. So once again, on device, what does it mean? Number one, security. Number two, if you are using a local language model sitting on your machine, there's no more tokens going up and down. There's basically zero cost. So you can use a Llama language or a Llama as a front end, and then a Gemma or anything similar as a language running there. So, okay, and it's easy enough to scale. So when you start using NVIDIA as a model or as a solutions partner as well, you can build a model and you can scale straight into your data center much easier, much quicker. It's basically a click of a button. You move your workload into the data center. Everybody then has access and you'll assign resources to that. From an AI factory, this is kind of an interesting thing. Maybe wording is not always exactly this what one would expect, but this is not a physical factory. It follows the concept of a factory. What I mean by that is, you always start with an idea. You want to manufacture something. So let's take a chatbot as an example. You want to build a chatbot. So you have to have an idea what you want to do, and it has to be an achievable output. Okay. Then what you would do, let me walk onto this side. Okay. So you grab your data, and that could be data documentation, knowledge base, anything similar to that. What you're going to do then is you're going to run it on your infrastructure. You're going to build a model, and that is going to give you same output, very similar to a normal factory, but on a software layer. The interesting part from a Dell point of view is, if you're looking here in the middle, it says services. And that's kind of where the differentiator from Dell comes in. We've got services available from within Dell, where we can sit, look at your use case, work with you, take your data, assist with transforming the data into workable data. there's always a saying that garbage in, garbage out. So you need to have clean data to get a correct answer. So what we will assist, making sure that that data is clean, take it through, and then build your model or assist in building the model, and then scale to the correct hardware, which is required to run all this. From a client side, so what we try to focus today on is not the data center side, but on the endpoint. Here's some examples of what you can do. So from a desk point or desk side point, we've got models available or machines available that you can run large language models, not small language models, not medium language models, but large language models on these devices. So for example, in the corner over there, you will see any language model up to 2 billion parameters. So basically, you can take a ChatGPT, 120 billion parameters, you can run that model and you can get decent answers. I spoke a little bit earlier to Jacques, and if you've got an image and you ask a question, to get the correct answer out of that question, your model needs to be at least 20 billion parameters. So you've got an image, and you say, what do you see? Anything less than that is going to battle to say it's flowers. So just keep that in mind. So from a model point of view, we can scale, and we've got the models available for that. What we've also done for demos and it's actually available at our stand, so if you're interested afterwards, come and have a chat with us. We started off with a healthcare demo. So basically what it will do from a hospital point of view or a clinic point of view, patient comes in, we can gather information like blood pressure, length, height, all the standard stuff which they normally take in the beginning. If the person or the patient needs to go for x-rays, goes to the x-ray machine, they scan. By the time that patient gets back to the doctor, that x-ray has already been uploaded to the doctor's desk or machine or his notebook. We can have a look at that x-ray. We then also run a model onto this to say, what is your recommendation or what do you see? That model will come back and say, oh, hold on, I don't know, there's a hole in the lung or something, and try to fix it that, or at least tell you what the next steps or the best next steps would be. What we've also done, what is the interesting one? For example, education. So what we do with that demo, we've got all the students, we look at the marks, we look at attendance, and then basically you can ask the question, how is my son doing in school? And they're going to come back and say, maths is a bit dodgy, but do you want to have a 5-week or 4-week plan to get maths up to standard again? You say yes, it will then generate a plan to say, okay, you need to do this course, you need to do that course, go through that process, and then end of the day, hopefully your child is back onto level. From an industry point of view, we can scan that picture over there just shows you, for example, a battery. But you can do basically anything. So for example, from a factory point of view, there's a box that's damaged, you can identify the box is damaged, you can make other plans around this and how to make it better for you, or move it out, repackage the box, the equipment, clean the box, and off you go again. So it's always nice to say, okay, you can do this, you can do that, and everybody walks away, but not 100% sure that the company, or can the company actually do that. So this is a slide that we are doing internally now. So number one, we identified 4 projects, and I want to say this is also important. Don't go out and think of 10,000 different things, because the cost and the time to get AI models running and get a correct result out of this is going to take a long time. So what we've done was, we said, if you kind of want to do code development, by code development, basically anything what we are doing, enhancing user experience, getting access to documentation, things like that, then you're ready to go. We've also done on the supply chain optimization. What is the, I think in project management, they call it critical chain. What is the source of user resistance, quickest way to get from point A to point B? That is what we optimized in our factory side. From a tech support side, what we've done, if someone phones, self got a faulty notebook, we ask one or two questions. From those questions, we can see, okay, we've seen the same similar questions previously, or same similar problems. Then we give you the next best answer, or the next best route to get fixed. So now we reduce the tech support questions and time to get something resolved. And then from a sales productivity, basically we've got an agent sitting there and assisting our sales teams on generating or assisting in non-sales related questions. So now you need to do a presentation. How do you do it? And where do I find the presentation? Now I need to arrange my slides. All we do is we take them, we basically make a statement. We say, I'm the executive, I need to do a presentation, and basically this is what I do with my presentation. Give her a lot of information, I click a button, I wait 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This is the presentation I actually got for this. Okay. And then on my very last slide, important thing. We had won a couple of awards this last year. Interesting thing, we've got the increase in our revenue to $114 billion. We do around about 97% of all Fortune 500 companies. We are spending almost $9 billion over 3 years on R&D. And most of that money, the R&D went into AI. How can we do AI better and make user experience better with AI? And that's kind of it. Thank you very much. If you've got any questions, we will be there in the corner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ron. Another round of applause, please, for Ron. Okay, so IT professionals are known to be very serious people, hey? We spend most of our days solving problems, managing systems, talking about cybersecurity, AI, and so forth and so forth. But we all know that from time to time, we need to laugh a little. We need to lighten up a little, right? Right? All right. So now we have Mr. Mark Kariahua, who will be making us laugh a little. Over the past few years, he has captivated audience across Namibia with several sold-out shows, one-man shows, cementing his place as one of the country's most loved comedians. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mark Kariahua. No.
Never be the same. 'Cause girl, you came and changed the way I walk, the way I talk. I cannot explain the things I feel for you. But girl, you know it's true. I'll stay with you, I'll feel my dues, and I'll be all you need. Feels so right, girl. Such love, And girl, you know it seems life is so complete. I love this truth because of you. You're doing what you do.
Get up and dance this song to welcome it.
Search for my life. Oh,
Okay, DJ, make some more noise. What's going on? Make some noise. In the back. Are you guys okay? We're gonna eat now. Some of you look a little bit hungry. Okay. Going to. Thank you. How's it going? Left, make some noise. Oof, left. To the right, make some noise. Yes, I think I'm going to be stationed here. Oh man, thanks for having me. I don't know what you heard. My name is Mark. Mark Karyahua. I'm a stand-up comedian. That's the name I go by in rooms like this because my real name is Kadeningirehua Vingurura Karyahua. So that's a bit too long. So I stick to Mark. I'm a comedian and I'm an entertainer, and it's nice to be here. And it's actually ironic that I'm invited for an event with IT people because I've been fighting with my entire IT team this week. It's like nothing is working. The internet is not working. You know, for some reason, IT is like the most important people in the room, you know, at the office. IT are the most important people in the office after payroll. Yeah. I don't know, man, IT people never have time for anything. I try to be fun in the workplace. I'm like, yo, so like, what's deleting a cookie? It's like no one has told me anything. Very serious people. And I can tell by the room also. So we need to talk. So I've been going through a lot lately. It was my birthday recently. Yes, happy birthday to me. Usually you clap your hands at that. That's a milestone. You guys are getting there. This corner. It's my birthday, and I've been going through a lot because, guys, I'm officially now kind of an uncle. Not like I'm growing up now. I'm now kind of the stage where I'm like in my mid-30-ish. So I have about a year to do something stupid and blame it on my youth. And say like, I was young, I don't know what I was doing. And it got me thinking the other day, am I still a youth? Where does youth begin? Where does it end? You know, I was at Home Affairs the other day, and these young people are standing in the queue. You know how it is at Home Affairs, you stand in the queue, then you sit on that silver little seating situation. And this group of guys were standing in front of me, they go like, oh, sorry, uncle, you can sit. I'm like, uncle? Who's uncle? I'm so confused. But I also feel like, man, there's a lot of things that I feel like everybody, I grew up I'm the last born in my family. Yes. Oh, I thought I was. And it turns out my father was having a lot of fun. But that's story for another day. I'm the last born-ish in our family. And you know, all my older siblings are like, no, it's fine, don't stress about it, you have a lot more time to do things. But I don't know, man, I feel like I have so many things that I'm considering now that I'm like in my mid-30-ish. Things like serious things and social things and cultural things. You know what I mean? Social things like, now I'm thinking like, okay, do I have a serious savings plan? Do I have a pension? You know, stuff like that. Do I have proper LinkedIn things to post today? Those are the things you think about. But then also culturally, there are things that are stressing me out, you know, at this age, as a hetero man. You know, you're not married yet. But this one, is this a safe space? It's very emotional for me. You know, at my age, I'm also stressed like as a hetero man, when do I get gout? It hasn't happened yet. But I also want to do fun activities that I feel like as a young hetero man you should have done by now. And I just feel like I'm I don't know, man, I feel like I'm kind of failing at this. Like at my big age, I still never been to the UK. I don't know, I haven't been deported from Canada yet. I don't know, man, I feel like I'm failing at life. But I think I'll get there, This room looks a bit, also 35-ish and up. Huh? I'm a I say young people, I mean I'm a 2000. Make some noise. We were born in the year 1999, 2000. I just want to say this is a safe space. You can identify as whatever you want. You know, it's a new era, man. You need to be very self-conscious. You need to be very conscious of what you say when you talk to young people these days. I work in advertising, and you know, in the creative space in general, us as creatives, it's expected of us to tap into our emotions, right? You know, you're allowed to go for like a break, you know, but it's a whole nother ball game when you're working with like I'm a 2000, you know? I work with a bunch of Gen Zs, and you know, one of them, the funny thing they always do is like when you go like, you know, the closing, the COB for this needs to be by 5 o'clock today. It's like, no, I got it, don't worry. Come 5 o'clock, you go like, so did you send the email? No, it just make me very anxious, my anxiety, you know. It's a tough time, man. You can't even yell at the kids, like, what are you doing? What do you mean? You can't give me a warning, you're giving me anxiety, my mental health. Now, I love mental health, man, but I've been trying those things as a hero, man, but it doesn't work with my elders at this age. When I go to the village, my father is like, yeah, go feed the cows. I'm like, that ain't no anxiety. That is like, what is anxiety? Yeah, it's crazy time, man. But the best thing about being a millennial, people like us, is like, we are kind of like the Nga generation, because we are sandwiched between this extreme generation, the old heads, the mature heads. Sorry, I'm gonna get canceled. And the young folks, which is interesting because, you know, we kind of know a bit of everything. We are like the perfect glue because these two are such extremes. Like, we know what is a DVD player, but we also know what is TikTok. These ones, they don't get anything at all. So it's very confusing. Recently, I've been thinking also, speaking of which, I've been, you know, right now, the big thing right now is AI. Everybody's now just AIing everything. It's like in the workplace, you say, like, I need to do something, just AI it, quickly, just AI, ChatGPT. And you know, one thing about me, I'm a bit of a, I would like to, it doesn't look like it, but I would like to consider myself a bit of a kind of a sharp guy up here. So I try to apply my mind when I do things. So for me personally, I don't use AI for things like work, how to do documents. I've been using AI, specifically ChatGPT, for more personal things. Because I feel like right now I can't afford therapy. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I'm trying to be smart also. So I've been talking to ChatGPT about my problems, and it's a bit crazy now because I feel like since ChatGPT, because I know there's a lot of million AI platforms, but that one in itself is most now the class captain, and Claude is deputy. With ChatGPT, I feel like right now, ever since ChatGPT came along, man, no one cares about Google anymore. Like, no one cares about Google anymore. Like, I talk to ChatGPT like I would talk to my girlfriend. I'm like, I really need you to come with a prompt. Act like a smart individual who can do this. And I go like, yes, please, and thank you. With Google, it's just like, where's the restaurant to eat tonight? Ventuk, that's it. So I've been talking to ChatGPT a lot about my emotions, and I'm just like, one thing I don't like about AI, a lot of it, it's like it's always on your side. Like, it's always on your side. You can tell ChatGPT something like, oh man, ChatGPT, man, my father wants me to go scoffle, but I want to tell him I'm not interested. What do you suggest I do? ChatGPT immediately a prompt. You are absolutely right. Your father should not be telling you what to do. I'm like, exactly. So I tell my father, I'm like, no go scoffle. My father's like, what do you mean? And you go back to ChatGPT, you go like, Chat, I feel like this prompt is incorrect because I feel like my father doesn't agree with this. How can we rectify this? And ChatGPT will go like, you are absolutely right. Let's fix this. And I'm like, why didn't you think of this the whole time? I like the room is very diverse. It's very diverse. I see a lot of people here. I'm also aware that, you know, we are in a sensitive time. You know, we don't want to, you know, step on toes. But it's always nice when you're in a room full of multicultural people. Because lately, when ChatGPT wasn't working out, I've been thinking of how I can go to an actual therapist. Do you guys go to therapy, Habo? You guys are old. You don't believe in those things. It's like you must just cook it. Where's the Gen Z in the house? I'm a 2000. I see one here. You know, it's a real thing. I've been trying this therapy, Shandy, man. It's like a new thing for me. I've never really learned about it, especially in my culture. It's like a thing I see online. You need to go speak to someone about your problems. I don't know what that is. Usually we just go to the holy fire, or you vent to your father, then you get beaten, and maybe you're going to be like, okay, but it's fine. So that is therapy, yes. Whoa, that's crazy to say that. So I've been really looking at my options, trying to see what else is out there. And what I've noticed about therapy is you kind of need to, it's like going on a date in itself. So you need to find the perfect partner to speak to. It's like a medical doctor. So I've been struggling a lot. I went to a hetero therapist that ended in tears. Yeah, man, these hetero dudes, man, they don't listen to your problems, man. I don't know how ladies have been doing it all this time. I'm not talking about me, but I went to him, telling him my problems. This guy didn't even waste time. He's just like, Shimbavi, I'm like, dude, you're my therapist. The Gen Z one didn't really help much. I went with my problems, trying to figure out what's going on. I started to cry. She started to cry. And she's like, oh, my God, you're making me anxious. This can't work out. Yeah. I tried a white therapist. And I tried the white therapist because white people are usually in tune with their emotions, you know. And you see this in the mall because you can't beat a white child because it's like the child just expressing themselves. I tried a white therapist. But I think about white therapists also like, I want something a bit more solution-based. And white people are very based on like, just channel your energy. Change your mindset. I'm like, I don't even want to do that. I tried one from the Zambezi region. Whoa. I really need to come back to you guys, man. There was a reason why you guys were so calm. I tried one Zambezi region. That was interesting. Formerly known as Caprivians. That was interesting. That one was very, he nipped it in the bud. Like, he was like, there's a problem. He was like, we'll make it disappear. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, we can make it disappear. I said, okay, all right, that's what I want to do. Shout out to the colored community. I see some of you are here. Yes, I grew up in Khomasdal before I became a superstar comedian. I tried a colored therapist. Man, that was crazy also, man. You walk into the session, the guy has a hubbly pipe. It's like, dude, how you doing, man? You get there, it's like, I'm a piano. I'm like, guys. It's like the therapist is late, screwing the car. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for having me, and shout out to IT and all those nice things. Have a nice day. Therapist from Shakati. See, now I could say a lot about that, but the way the government is set up, I still need a job after this. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, and not a joke, gout is no joke. Trust me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the second last element on our agenda for the second segment. Please join me in welcoming to the stage JP de Villiers from Supermicro to give you an overview of IT Engineer to Perfection, Leadership in the AI Era. JP.
Thank you very much. Tough to follow a comedian, I must say. When he didn't arrive for that first minute or two, I was almost happy about it. Right, in the meantime, while this comes up, I'm JP de Villiers, Senior Account Manager for Supermicro. So I'm actually stationed in South Africa, and funny enough, we've got a person on the ground in Namibia, but we swapped roles today. So he had another function in Johannesburg. But nonetheless, it's awesome to be here, my first trip to Namibia. It looks like a great place. I wish I could get into the dunes while I was here, but not this time around, maybe next time, but I've been really enjoying it. So from a Supermicro perspective, we're saying, IT engineered to perfection. So we'll unfold or uncover that a bit and start from the AI perspective today. Right, so at a glance, I don't think many people in the room necessarily know about Supermicro. So let's just have a look. So we've got a global footprint. We stationed and were founded in Silicon Valley, San Jose, California. And we've also got global operations in Holland, Taiwan, and Malaysia. So this is to serve our customers better in all of these different regions, and also to get products stocked to customers in a timely manner. So what has happened over the last couple of years is that we've moved into the top 500 companies on the globe. So on the NASDAQ, and we are listed as the 292nd company in that top 500, or the Fortune 500. So the number itself is great, but I think what is quite remarkable, in 2025, we were indicated as the fastest growing company in that Fortune 500. So we took up 206 spots to hit that. So it just really shows that the vision that we've taken, the steps that we've taken, are getting us to the right spot. So as you can see there, the most important part, and the focus, and a lot of people have been talking about AI today, is that spot that mentions number one in generative AI. So we build the systems that these major companies are using to build their models. So the Claudes of the world, or the ChatGPTs of the world, a lot of them are touching Supermicro in a certain sense. And we are the company that are building these systems. So the revenue growth, or the market has been kind to us in that sense. So growth has gone from 22 billion, and this year is aimed to be 40 billion. So really big growth numbers that we're projecting. And with all these facilities, these different areas that I've mentioned, there's headroom for that to double just about again at 70 billion. So some of these numbers represent about 1.5 million servers that we've sold in the last year. And not only servers, but integrated racks. So just look at this curve, hockey stick type growth. From just building server components, motherboards, and these type of components for companies around 1993 to 2002, that became servers and storage servers and solutions. And then from 2010 onwards, like he said, AMA 2000, from 2010 onwards, it became total IT solutions that we've started providing to our customers. And then in 2018, I don't know if this is a coincidence, but that's the year that I started with Supermicro, and you can see it just absolutely took off from that time. But it became advanced IT infrastructures, and then, as I mentioned, the growth. So 14 billion, 22 billion, and then an outlook of 40 billion that we're looking at. So you can see this is on the back of AI, and betting on the right horse. That's became also not just server hardware, but cooling solutions as well. And there's huge bottlenecks when it comes to cooling these GPUs now. So that is something that we're doing, whether it be air-cooled or liquid-cooled solutions, and then also even software that goes on top of that. So here are some of the growth opportunities. I mean, these are eye-watering numbers. So with AI infrastructure, the outlook globally is about $200 billion. And then data center services and software, those type of equipments and services, is looking at $300 billion. Storage infrastructure, $65 billion. Cloud infrastructure, $75 billion. So maybe some of these numbers are really aimed at hyperscalers across the globe. But in Southern Africa, we also have been starting to show real momentum and growth in these type of spaces. Maybe not these numbers, but there's really big investments that are going in. You're seeing companies like Cassava, Liquid, these guys investing a lot in Africa. And it's not a slide that I've got on this deck, but previously I also spoke about it. There's a movie with Kevin Costner, Field of Dreams, and that, there they said, build it and they will come. So I really want to implore our partners here and saying that, all, these type of dollars, why does this have to go to Europe? Why does this have to go to America? And I don't want to step on any toes. I know there are Claude folks in the house and there are Microsoft people in the house, and I think all of these companies have their place. But I believe we can develop this in South Africa as well. These dollars can stay on the continent. Skills development need to take place, but we have to do it here. We're talking tons or billions of dollars. So there was I won't say the company, but I think Ruan alluded to it as well, is the article almost called it a little blunder or a little oopsie or something like that. But $500 million was spent on AI by one company. So they opened it up to employees. They just started using it like crazy, and they got a $500 million invoice to pay. So that type of thing can happen. That sprawl can happen. But I think coming back to the point is, why can't that be spent in Southern Africa and on the African continent? So you can't be everything to everybody. It could have been Steve Jobs that maybe said it. You're not ice cream. You can't make everyone happy. But we do try and serve all the different customers in these type of segments. So technology integrators, those are ODMs or OEMs. So companies like Nutanix, IBM, Fortinet, for example, those are the OEM and ODM partners that we work with as an example. They've got specific needs where they want tons of flexibility. They want quick times to market, for example, R&D, fast access to new products. Technology enablers like hyperscalers and cloud builders, we work with these type of companies. So they want standardized products. They want the support, from a vendor like us. And technology absorbers, so high-tech enterprise companies. So they want the proven technology, high integrated system management end-to-end. So we serve all these markets, all these type of segments. And then I think here's where the real difference comes in with Supermicro and some of the other vendors. We take a 100 approach. So we take all the technology that's available, develop products on that, and then we try and address the market through that. Where a lot of the other OEMs in the market, they'll only take 30% of the technology and try and serve the 70% of the market. They'll implement it and then wait for the market to catch up and go from there. We believe in leadership. So we own the technology that we build. That's our IP. So that technical knowledge is, that runs in our veins. That's our DNA, and we take it forward. So looking at where we fit into the market, as I mentioned, the 30-70 approach from other OEMs, and we sit in that sweet spot where we want to do standardized equipment for the customers that need that. They can trust the process, the supply of those products, but also the really fast-paced world of the ODM environment. So, that has to do with original design manufacturer. So we sit in that sweet spot where we can fulfill both those roles in the market. And we see ourselves as a leading technology enabler. And if you look at the GPU environment, we sell tons of it. So we work with partners like NVIDIA, who is definitely the main partner, but also with AMD and Intel. And we are selling more GPUs and accelerators than number 2 and 3 on the list combined. So as you can see there, we've slot in just below the likes of a Microsoft and a Meta within the market. But when it comes to vendors that build server equipment, that's where we sit. And we do this on the back of joint marketing activities with these accounts, very close engineering collaborations. So when the companies like Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA launch new products, most of the time, or many times, those are actually developed on Supermicro equipment. So when their technology hits the market, we're ready to go, and we have that product. So commitments in architecture and blueprints, and then leveraging our capabilities in OEM. So the compute platform has changed dramatically. In 1995, a system or a rack maybe was 3 to 5 kilowatts of power. That quickly went up to 10 or 40 kilowatts per rack. So if you speak to data centers, a good example near where I am is Terraco, for example. Many of those racks are still limited to 30 kilowatts. But it's grown tremendously. So you'll very quickly see 140 kilowatts needed for a rack, even up to 1,000 kilowatts per rack, with the GPUs that are being used. So a lot of bottlenecks are starting to form with the heat, the total cost of ownership. This is becoming a big problem. So how do you address that? It's not a question of how many servers can I fit into this rack. It's really how can I cool down the GPU system or the AI infrastructure that's going to be sitting in that rack. So this is just another example showing that at the moment with some of these big hyperscalers or AI factories, GPU as a service, many of them already require 480 kilowatts per rack. So a couple of years ago with NVIDIA's H20 GPU, that was about 500 watts per GPU. Now looking at GB300, GB200, that is 2,700 watts for one GPU. So that's about what a rack was in the past. Now he's sitting on one GPU card. So it's just getting extremely tough to cool down. So what are we doing to combat this? We have so many different types of solutions. So it could be traditional servers, AI optimized servers, modular type servers, which are blades or multi-node servers, different storage capabilities, whether it's for high capacity storage or for very fast NVMe driven storage. Edge products, it was mentioned, that things are being done more towards the edge where the action happens. Example of this, we work quite a lot with Mr. Elon Musk, in XAI as well as Tesla. So an edge example is autonomous vehicle. So if that server had to be sitting in the cloud or information had to be asked from the cloud while the vehicle is driving, you're going to hit quite a couple of pedestrians by the time that the answer comes back to say, hey, I think you should turn right, not hit the pedestrian. So that's what edge AI or edge servers are for. And then your normal client type stuff, workstations and the like. So we're looking at all of these type of solutions, and also not just the server, but going into racks of servers and data centers as well, which there is another slide on. So here's just a little bit of a closer view on the GPU servers themselves. I would say this is our claim to fame over the last 5 years or so. A lot of development going into this. So you'll see different designs, and these are all for specific workload optimized type cases or certain power requirements that you have. So it could be a 1U server that's just got one GPU inside, or it could be something very dense like an 8 GPU, 8U server. And the one towards that side on the furthest point over there, that's typically what these big hyperscalers or these big AI companies are using. So that device is put into a huge cluster. They're all connected at very, very high speeds, with NVLink type technology or 400 or 800 gig networking, acts as one big brain, and then training of these models or retraining of these models, whether it be a Llama model or Grok or ChatGPT, whatever the case might be, being done on these servers in huge cases. And then the other type servers as well, there are liquid cooling as well as air-cooled type options. And as I mentioned, NVIDIA is the big player in the market, but we've got solutions for NVIDIA, HGX, for Intel, and for AMD Instinct. So one needs to control this as well. Hardware is great, but the magic really happens at the software layer. So the hardware is a good foundation, and Supermicro has, on top of this, also built the SuperCloud Composer and the SuperCloud Director software. So it's an open, scalable, universal software, and this is to manage your nodes. It's built on Kubernetes, it's Redfish compliant, and then it can do multi-vendor integration. So the servers in that whole network doesn't just have to be Supermicro. It can be a lot of different servers, and then native BMC. So management can be done, and then it can control up to 20,000 nodes. So it's composable, it's modular, it's software defined. And then, this is there to build that cloud that you need. So in a case where someone has a data center, for example, they've got multiple customers that want access to GPUs. Obviously, you don't want those customers to know one another, like in a cloud environment. So multi-tenancy takes place. Those are all separated. Each of them get access to the GPUs that they need. And within the software, you can also put the models that they require. Once again, like the ChatGPTs, the Llamas, the Anthropics of the world. You can put those models there. You can put microservices like NIMs for specific use cases. So if someone is in the financial industry, they're going to need a different microservice from NVIDIA. And then you put that's all built into the software. So here was the slide that I was alluding to. We don't just stop at the server itself. We believe in a building block approach. It's always been how we've done things. This means that you can get to the market much faster. Certain generations are built on one another. And then the building blocks have gone into a rack scale, and then data center building block solutions. And that includes cooling, switches, cabling, et cetera, as well. So there's a very big use case that comes up a little bit later for Grok, which I'll also show you in this case. So Supermicro has liquid cooling, as I mentioned. We're on the second generation of that called DLC2. So power and cooling, as I mentioned a couple of times, is really the big problem these data centers are facing. So with solutions that we have, we can do 40% saving on the power itself and 40% saving on water. So some of these data centers have massive chillers that are on the roof, and they use tons and tons of water to cool the facilities down. So with DLC2, we also talk about 98% of heat capture. So in the past, servers have been liquid cooled, but it was maybe just the CPU or just the CPU that were cooled down. Now power supplies, RAM modules, other chips in the server can be cooled down. So 98% of that is cooled. Noise reduction. So America like to use everything but the metric system. So they say it's quiet as a library. So a data center, if anyone has ever been in a data center, it actually hurts your ears if you're there for too long with all the fans that are spinning. And this also equates to about 60% space saving in the data center. So accelerated time to deployment. I think with these big AI initiatives, you want to be the first and the biggest. So it helps you to deploy faster. Time to online. So our CEO, he jokes about it. He says some other companies claim they plug and play, but by the time the equipment hits the data center, that guy has to test, fix, and then only play. So it's not really plug and play. We believe that we are really that plug and play partner for you. And then efficiencies, power usage effectiveness is really, really outstanding. And then lower total cost of ownership for you or your partner. Freedom of choice. So no liquid cooling solution is the same for every customer. Everyone has different needs, so we approach it in different ways as well. We've got our direct-to-chip, which is a cost-optimized solution. So in this particular case, the device that you see at the bottom is the cooling distribution unit. So that's an in-rack unit, and that gets liquid from the data center. So you need some facility water, and that'll cool the servers within that rack. The sidecar is a really scalable and a cool solution. So this is a case where the data center only has air cooling. They don't have they're not going to liquid cooling right at that point in time, but the sidecar can be brought in. It sits in the row with where the other servers are, and then that can provide liquid cooling to the servers that are there. So that is called a liquid to air type solution. And then you get the rear door heat exchanger. In some extreme cases, the clients of ours have used direct to chip. So they cooling 70 to 98% of the servers. The fans are reduced, but there are still certain elements in that server, so that 2% of heat or whatever the case is still exits the rear of that server rack, and then rear door heat exchangers will be used. So that'll cool it even further. And then immersion cooling. It's the most effective, but it's quite specialized. So servers are literally going into a fluid to cool them down. So we like to say that we eat our own dog food. You know, it's not just something that we pawn off to our customers. We use the technology ourselves. So this is a facility in Den Bosch in Europe. So it's a case where you can see the chillers, you can see the exchanges and things that we're using there. So yeah, tried and tested, battle tested, as they say. We do it ourselves. This is the example that I wanted to mention. So this is with XAI, one of Elon's companies, a massive solution that was put in place, 100,000 GPUs in their facility in Memphis, and this was done in a record time of 122 days. So quite an impressive feat of engineering. I mean, I saw the video on this solution, and the plumbing that they've got in there just for the liquid cooling is something completely insane. So I mean, there's a website that I saw that Erin Brockovich, there was a movie about her at some point. She's going and she's got a website actually showing how many of these data centers are being built. Her concern is to the environment. I think Vanessa also spoke about that. I mean, they are using a lot of power. They are using a lot of water. And, you know, partnering with us, those partners say they are really seeing those savings that we're talking about. It's important that it's done in the right way. So engineering our competitive edge. So we believe if you partner with Supermicro, it'll be first to market innovation that you get. It's a return on investment discussion. I mean, GPU servers and setting up these type of solutions is not cheap. So we help to maximize the return on investment that you get using our technology. Faster time to be online. Once again, I think tried and trusted, 14 different generations of Supermicro servers have been in the market, and it's ever expanding. So thank you very much. That was a brief overview of Supermicro from our side. I hope you learned a little bit more about the company, where we play, but this was just a brief overview. We've got a stand over there. Please come by, have a chat, and if there are any specific solutions that you guys want to chat, things that you want to enable, things that you want to get more dynamic, have a chat to us and the SOL team. We will be very keen to work with you. Thanks.
Thank you, JP. Ladies and gentlemen, this is almost the graveyard shift. This is the session just before we break for lunch. But before we break for lunch, can I just have Ivan, who's that? Ivan and Tangeni. So the two gentlemen from Salt at the door have got these nice pink stickers. Please do collect your lunch ticket from them. Lunch will be served in the restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, so if AI can do many of today's jobs, what should tomorrow's workforce be learning today? Our first panel discussion focuses on the future of the workforce, which will be moderated by Sonia Kutzer, Managing Director for Salt Essential IT. And our panel members include Melanie Boyson-Chichenda, CIO of Namra, Elizabeth Simon, founder and CEO of Green Eco Technology International, and Vanessa Maresh, our very own empowerment specialist. Please welcome to the stage these ladies.
Good afternoon and welcome. I know that the panel and I are standing between you and lunch. We promise we will not take more than an hour and a half, so if your tummies are rumbling, please just tell it to quiet down. The panel's talk is the future of the workforce. Under the wider conversation from trust to touch, shape a human-centric future. This session will ask practical questions. What does the future workforce look like? We are talking about how, with AI and technology, we need to retain the human in the loop. The question is not about work or tasks or jobs that will become redundant. It's about us reskilling, reshaping, and ready ourselves for the future. Let's think about it. In days gone by that we can't even remember because we were not there, we had ice cutters that would bring ice to your house to keep all your produce fresh because we didn't have refrigeration. We had human knockers that you paid that will come knock on your door to wake you up so that you will be in time for the office. We had switchboard operators, rooms larger than the two next rooms connected, with ladies receiving and connecting calls. We know those jobs no longer exist. I am joined by Elizabeth, Melanie, and Vanessa, not to unpack, but to construct the conversation that we all need to have when we want to talk about the future of the workforce. Vanessa, I want to kick off with you in the hot seat. Okay. Vanessa is our empowerment specialist. Her passion is to enable and empower people. If we fast forward 5 years, what will define a workforce that is truly future ready, not just digitally enabled, but genuinely fit for the AI era?
Next 5 years. I always like to say that we don't have a crystal ball, and that what we do today and the changes that we make, the policies we implement, the regulation and legislation that we contribute to, those are the things that's going to determine what happens in 5 years. If we look at the status quo currently, we are going to have a problem in the next 5 years because organizations are not enabling and training their people to be able to be future fit in terms of AI support. So if we look at the current status and we don't start changes now, then I think we're going to have a problem. We are going to have retrenchments. We are going to have people not skilled up enough to apply for new positions. We are going to have university leaders that are not empowered to be able to use technology and AI to be constructive and productive in the workforce. But me being the optimist, I believe that even after today's session, everybody's going to scan those QR codes, and we are going to be empowering and enabling everybody as much as we can to be part of a future where everybody is relevant and where new jobs are filled by old hands and new hands that can do the work faster and better than their predecessors.
Melanie, you are an advocate for the human. You are an advocate for progress. There's a lot of anxiety around AI replacing people. In your view, where should we be talking less about replacement and more about redesigning roles, workflows, and value creation?
Thank you. All right, I'm back online. Yes, rightly as you've indicated earlier, technology has moved, and it has caused anxiety before, but it has not replaced humans. If you look at the laptop that you're currently utilizing, if you look at the data centers that are there, if you look at the cell phones, all of those are innovations that came, and they were feared because they were going to now replace the data, not a data analyst, the capturer, all of that stuff, but it has actually enabled us to do work better. So the AI will also enable us to do work better. So we should not be speaking about replacement, as you've rightly said, but look about how are we going to redesign our work. The roles, are we going to give some of the work to AI? These are the remedial of processes. The processes are that you have to repeatedly do, and then we come in with judgment, where we are to then analyze, investigate, and make sure that what this AI has given to us is actually truthful, and it's not a white lie, as we were told earlier this morning. Then you look into the workflow, as you indicated. So you are having your AI employee, and you also have your human employee. So you're managing the two of them together so that, especially from a public service perspective, you can then improve service delivery and being able to bring services closer to the people. But that also then requires of us as management and leaders to be able to set governance levels in place that will not only help us to do better, but will enable us to do it ethically.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you and I come a long way. From the first time we met at CC Hub, I don't know who was nervous more, you or I, for meeting. You work across finance, sustainability, entrepreneurship, digital transformation. From your perspective, what capabilities will matter most for employability and leadership as AI becomes part of everyday work?
Thank you very much for that question, Ms. Sonia. Yes, indeed, we do come a very long way. And yes, following in your footsteps. With the question regarding AI, when we look at AI, as previously alluded by my previous presenters, we are looking at digital transformation. So the role that we play is in terms of what type of work can we create for the youth. I'm speaking also on behalf of the youth because I'm also a young CEO who's part of the youth representative. And the journey that took me here is through AI, to be quite very honest. AI is a tool that one can actually use. For example, you can go on to LinkedIn and you can do a lot of free courses in order to enhance your knowledge, skills as well, in terms of on how to do business. So when we look at the type of workforce that we are looking at, as alluded earlier even by the comedian, he said, you know, back in the days, it's totally different from how we live. So as the youth, we feel like we're in the center of the emergencies and the what do you call it? The older generation, yes, the boomers, yes. So figuring out a gap when it comes to that, when it comes to digital job seeking, it is quite very important to understand how the tool works and to be cautious of how you use it ethically, as mentioned also by Ms. Melanie. So we look at tools such as even designing websites or just trying to advertise. We can use even different type of free tools on websites such as Wix, Space. These are things that you as an individual can actually just teach yourself even through Canvas, because it does that for you. So unfortunately, digital transformation is happening and it is here, so we need to adapt. And looking at that, we just hope that we can get more investors that can invest into the AI infrastructure that is lacking at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question will be for all three ladies, and I want each just to mention one and the answer to it. What is one major mistake organizations make when preparing for the future of the workforce, and what should they do instead? Vanessa, can we start there with you?
I think that, that's back. I think they don't talk to their people. I think feedback is incredibly important, especially because people want to feel part of something that is meaningful and impactful and have a purpose. We live under, I think, a misguided approach, and it comes back to what our comedian was also joking about, of the anxiety and whatnot. We live under a misguided approach that people don't really want to work, and then, they're just there for a salary. I think the majority of people want to be part of the process, and if we want to make them part of the process, we need to get their feedback and their opinions. So I think before we start any great idea or any great journey, get the input of the people.
Okay. Mine is the error of copy-pasting. We want to do what someone else has done because they are a competitor. So if they are implementing this particular way of work without it even aiding to your strategy or your mandate, you now want to copy-paste that way of working. And that then also benches on what Vanessa said. The talking about it, the understanding why is it that you are doing what you're doing, and then having AI come in to augment and help you just do it better and faster. So please do not copy-paste. May it be something that is specific to your institution, your mandate, and will be able to help you do your work and implement your mandate better.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Just quickly repeat your question again.
What is the one major mistake organizations make when preparing for the future of the workforce, and what should they do instead?
Okay, no, thank you. I will focus more on human capital. Human capital is quite a very essential factor that one needs to engage in. I think there's an oversight when it comes to empowering in terms of upskilling development at work, not just as IT, because AI is just not focused on an IT technician, and most likely they are the ones who's always getting this upskilling developments. But I would say that looking at it, we should try to give more awareness, give more training when it comes to AI. It doesn't matter whether you have an administrator, bookkeeper, or even a cleaner. They can learn. They are human. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While we're talking AI and we're listening to AI worldwide, and we use worldwide products, Claude, Gemini, Copilot, Perplexity, DALL-E, Grok. What must Namibia get right now in education, leadership, policy, business culture if we want our workforce to benefit from AI rather than be left behind by it? Vanessa.
Well, I think we've actually started to a certain extent, because for me, AI is a potentially dangerous tool if it is not regulated or legislated. So I think what we're doing right, and the work that we do with NCRST in terms of the Namibia AI strategy, and with MICT, the work that has been done on data protection at cybercrime, we're starting in the right place, because we cannot responsibly, and I'm saying, no, I'm not saying we should all go and build our own AI. That's why we've got that masterclass going. We need to know when to build and when to buy. But we do need, there are definitely instances in which we need to build. But for that, we need proper regulation, proper legislation, for it to actually work for us, and not to end up actually damaging or harming our people. So for me, that's the baseline, having through regulation, legislation, because unfortunately, not all people are ethical. I was having a conversation with Ilario yesterday about it, where, where's the little voice in your head? And unfortunately, all people don't have that little voice in their head, so they need guidance. The AI needs guardrails for it to actually contribute positively to society and to Namibia.
Melanie, your take.
Yes. I think it starts off with education and being able to not just teach about AI, and that is from primary or even elementary, but teaching how to use AI ethically. And that is where you'll now start understanding the potential there is for Namibia. So the curriculums need to be AI pro, so that we have a generation that is able to drive and have AI products that would be developed from Namibia, for Namibia, by Namibians. And that's where the regulators come in as well. And a suggestion would also be that we have a working group that would really look at promoting AI, the policies associated to that, having a playpen, so that you've got, you look at the different sectors. How are we going to have AI in the mining sector that is now prominent? Are we going to have someone from outside come and dictate to us how we will be managing or utilizing their AI for our oil? So these are things that we can already start working on. So I would believe start with education, have the regulatory aspects in there, but also have a working group that is able to have us, prepare us and make us ready to have a Namibian product or products built by Namibians for Namibians.
Thank you. Elizabeth, in your history from CC Hub, working very closely with the entrepreneurs, the startups and the developers, and the products and solutions that are coming up, are they ready for AI? Do they understand the security, the protocols? And what is the work you think we need to do around that space specifically for Namibia? I believe we have 330 startups that is developing apps and solutions they believe to be needed for Namibia. So just a bit on how you tie that together.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Working closely with entrepreneurs, as an entrepreneur myself, are we ready for AI? Definitely not, to be quite very honest. One, we have challenges already with just a device to access. So not everybody has internet or data. And most communities are really left out in terms of catching up with AI, in terms of AI infrastructure. And most of these micro, small, medium enterprises are coming from these small communities that needs this development. So what I would suggest is that being part of the UNESCO currently developing a system whereby we're going to be giving like continuous professional development training to teachers that will be graduating while they're waiting for sort of employment. It is the same thing that we want to send out those graduates to the community just to keep themselves proactive as a social corporate responsibility to sort of like just teach on basics of AI and the tools that are part of it. And that we are definitely doing with DSTech Namibia. So yes, when it comes to that, it's just that we need to implement certain strategies that can actually help or uplift the community in understanding when it comes to the usage of AI, because it's a good thing, as mentioned, and it's also a bad thing, because not everybody is ethical, as also mentioned previously. So it is very important for you to know on your end, like, okay, fine, if I get now a message that comes through and say, I've won how much from MTC, you should be able to say no. This is a scam straightforward without having to go around the bush and just delete it. So that is the type of suggestions that we are actually looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to wrap up on the questions, for all three ladies, in one sentence, what is the one shift every leader should make now to prepare people for the future of the workforce?
I don't like being first. Don't get time to process. The one shift that leaders should make, I think it ties into the topic we have today, and I think where many leaders fail is they don't like to do it, but then you shouldn't be a leader. You need to spend more time with your people not hide behind closed doors. I really think we are in the age where technology is allowing us to do that. We need more connection, and especially with our generations that have been brought up, nurtured with devices. We need to lead the way as parents, as leaders, as managers, as team leads. We need to really spend more time with people and less time with a device. And I think that's where AI is going to free us up. I will follow your Facebook.
Okay, I think as leaders we should come to the point of stepping back sometimes and not being the one that continue. Okay, let me start this way. As management, we want to direct and dictate. And there is little room for adaptability within that. We end up having a lot of rigid ways of doing things. And we forget that agility is the way of life. And agility will enable us to benefit a lot from AI and technology at large. So my one sentence would be that as leaders, we need to move away from being rigid to being agile, being collaborative, cooperate with our staff members, be willing to learn and unlearn and relearn. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. So from my end, I would say when you look at the Namibian people, we don't look at technology as the asset. We look at the people itself. Reason being is because we are very, very at an advantage in Africa, whereby we are STEM ahead, STEM in terms of women that are engaged in science, technology, in engineering and mathematics. A lot of African countries, they still live in the old era whereby, you know, wives have to be at home and men are the ones that will be doing the technology part. That's why there's that huge gap. So what I would leave you with today is that be resilient about it. It's okay not to know. We all didn't know, but we learn. You don't need to have a degree to start. You can just have a normal conversation with somebody and then you can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vanessa, Melanie, and Elizabeth, for a conversation that reminded us of something important. The future of the workforce will not be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by the choices we make about trust, skills, inclusion, leadership, and the courage to redesign work around human value. If AI is now moving into action, then the question for all of us is not whether change is coming. It is whether we are preparing people to participate in that change with confidence, relevance, and purpose. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to the panel and moderator. That is why they are women in technology. Thank you to the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second segment of our agenda. We will be adjourning for lunch, but just to thank our speakers of this morning, as well as the panelists, as well as the sponsors and partners of this prestigious event: Microsoft, Dell Technologies, Complete Enterprise Solutions, Foresight, Supermicro, QBS Software Africa, Fortinet, and Huawei Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you, okay, now I'm using my cell phone as time. It says 12:55. We'll be back at 13:55. Okay, so please do make use of the time to connect, enjoy the meal, sit back, relax, and do enjoy the lunch. Thank you.